Hello. Hi, hi. How you're doing? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. I'm not here. I'm here now. Hello. It's been a while. Oh my god, I'm not flat today. Holy shit. I'm not flat today. Wow. Hi Forgetful. Hi Chip. Hi Narix. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. For the past 2 days has been really tiring. Oh my god, I don't like it, but it's all good now, right? Everything seems to be prepared and stuff. Everything seems to be like at the ready. So next Wednesday, next Tuesday, I'll be going to I'll be on a short trip to Cebu, and then I'm gonna attend my friend's wedding ceremony on Wednesday, and I'll be back on Thursday. yeah, Thursday I'll be back. And yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. For the past few days has been a lot of preparations going on. Yeah, a lot of preparations. It's a little bit tiring, right? It's a little bit, but it doesn't really help that. I know it's weird for me to say this, right? I already know that I will not be going to firm. I feel sad, right? Obviously. And then honestly, I see so many people having fun over there. It does make me feel sad. I'm just gonna say it outright, right? It does. But it makes me feel just a little bit sad though, right? And then I was like, no, it's okay. I can take this opportunity to save up for next year's firm, and you know, like, so that next year I can go and have fun, you know, during this time, because I don't really have I don't really like miss firm as much, to be honest, but this year is a bit of an exception, I would say, right? So yeah, it makes me sad a little bit, but only just a little bit, and then I'll be like, no, it's okay. I can save up for next year's one. So yeah. Kobo has been pretty busy for the past 2 days. That's why, like, I hardly even went online for a bit. Yeah, other than yesterday, I have a bit of a time afternoon, and then I don't know why I decided to play a little bit of... Yeah, I don't know why I decided to play a little bit of Kobold Cairn yesterday. Look, I haven't played the game for so long, I just kind of want to, like, see if there's any, like, changes to the game or something like that. I don't know, it's a game about kobolds, so... Yeah, it's nice. Also, we're gonna watch the Monster Hunter trailer together, right? I wonder if they're gonna show, like, the... I'm pretty sure they're gonna show Monster Hunter Stories Tree as well, which I'm not very... 21 minutes? Wow, that's a lot longer than I thought. Oh, it is a showcase, right? Okay, so there's a little Monster Hunter Stories Tree thing, and then over here is Monster Hunter Wilds. Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna skip the Monster Hunter Stories Tree part for now, since honestly I'm not too... Yeah, I'm not too interested in it. I don't know. I'm looking at, like... Oh, most of this is just Monster Hunter Wilds. The first... So the first 8 minutes about is Monster Hunter Stories Tree. Okay, and then afterwards just Wilds. Oh. Can you see the Stories Tree? Oh, fine, alright. Right, let me just do this real quick. I think... Oh yeah, let me do this real quick. Just a bit. Hiya. And another hiya. Okay, there we go. Is the direction what I planned? I mean, what other direction can I have other than being like a turn-based combat? Unless it's like a story direction, then ecology? Okay. Alright, I have this one. Let me just pause this one and then go here, I guess. Alright, we're gonna watch this 22 minutes thing. It's time to watch some Oh, it's kind of low.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ryozo Tsujimoto, the Monster Hunter series producer, here to talk about a new title coming March 13th, 2026, Monster Hunter Stories 3: Twisted Reflection, along with sharing the latest about Monster Hunter Wilds, which is available now. Let's start things off with a video for Monster Hunter Stories 3: Twisted Reflection.
O sacred stone, join rider and spirit in unfailing kinship.
Bind thy untamed spirit to mine.
The process is.
That sounds like he's yelling at you a little bit.
Invasive monsters. They endanger the ecosystem by trying to take over another's territory.
Invasive? And I suppose it's your duty to reclaim this territory then?
Oh. It gives me the anomaly vibe in Rise.
It could be an ultra-rare endangered species!
What if Ultura comes back?
That's the Rathian, an endangered species.
How is Radiant an endangered species? I just have to pause there, like, come on. We have 10,000 Radiants. Oh, this is very cute, by the way. 10,000 Radiant. You have the triple charging Radiant. Oh, no Rathalos. Oh shit, alright, that's fair.
When we find an endangered species,
Sorry, I just had to let it out.
And hatch it. Then
When they poop
we
the
can return
shit,
it to the
I know,
wild,
right?
bolstering the population.
Oh yeah, would you call it eco-restore?
Habitat restoration.
This is no relationship of convenience.
Mutation?
We understand them and create the right environment for them to thrive.
Oh.
This is a ranger's duty we can fulfill.
Would you mind terribly if I gave you a hand with that particular process?
So all the deviants are back? I mean, isn't Deviant already in 2? Yeah, it's in 2. There's Green Narga.
It looks like a Palico's gotta do what a Palico's gotta do, I suppose. Ready
Oh my god, that's a strong kitty.
Sonicat won't come back to get you.
You sure?
These kind folks drove the thing off.
Who are they?
There's your Drag Queen. Oh, the others are not
We hope
deviants?
you enjoyed that video. Now, we'd like to talk a bit more about the new systems we just showed.
Is that news? Endangered species and invasive monsters? Invasive monsters just gives me the vibe of anomaly monsters in
The
Rise.
protagonist is captain of a group called the Rangers. One of their duties is finding endangered species eggs in order to restore the ecosystem. With the crystal encroachment threatening the ecosystem and invasive monsters running amok, Rathalos are not the only species considered endangered. Invasive monsters are incredibly strong, able to threaten other monsters and take over their territory. An invasive monster's territory may contain endangered eggs. The Rangers find an invasive monster and hope to rescue an endangered species egg, but it won't be an easy task. Invasive monsters are incredibly strong. They can't be beaten using normal battle tactics. Instead of slaying it, the Rangers will try to drive the invasive monster back to its den. Find out how to make an invasive monster retreat in this new twist on the classic Stories gameplay.
Look at that!
Sneak into the
Hi,
invasive
Evie.
monster's den while it's sleeping. Then grab the endangered egg and run for it.
Feels the same, right?
After hatching the monster,
Hope you're doing good,
release it
Evie.
into the wild, allowing it to put down roots and rebuild the species.
Take care!
When a monster population has been restored, their eggs can be found and hatched into monster partners.
Oh.
Hatching
Tiny
monsters
roar?
and returning them to the wild is a practice the Rangers call habitat restoration. Habitat restoration can be performed not only with endangered species, but with regular monsters as well. Hatching and releasing monsters into the wild will affect that area's ecosystem rank. As the ecosystem rank rises, eggs become easier to obtain, and monsties can hatch with special skills or genes.
Oh, this is really nice actually. Okay, then that habitat restoration thing is really nice. We don't need to farm too
Raising
much
the ecosystem
because
rank
I mean
can
we
even
still
allow
need to
you
farm.
find monsters imbued with that area's element. Monsters with an area's element applied to them are called dual element monsters.
Oh, oh my god,
For
Tiny
example,
Toby.
a monster which is normally thunder element may be influenced by the fire element of the area in which it is hatched and be born with fire skills. This even affects the monster's appearance. Monster Hunter
Oh,
Stories 3 Twisted Reflection provides a new gameplay cycle where you can protect monsters, preserve their ecosystem, and truly roleplay as a ranger. Form a new, exciting relationship with the monsties you raise.
would they kill? Like, would they try to hunt
There
us?
are even special monsters that can only be obtained through habitat restoration.
You know what? I like the
I hope you
habitat
enjoyed the
restoration
introduction
thing.
to habitat restoration. Now we have one more special video to share.
Hi, Brecky. Welcome, Draken.
This monster isn't crystallized.
Oh my god, it's Arkveld. Heck yeah. The God Dragon.
You've seen Chotacabra and Raydao from Monster Hunter Wilds. Now, get ready for Arkveld. We're especially proud of its kinship skill animation.
Are you gonna show it?
Monster
Oh,
Hunter
you're not gonna
Stories
show
3
it?
Twisted Reflection releases on March 13th,
No, god damn it.
2026.
You cannot say that and not show it.
Ride your monsties through the exciting open world. Engage in satisfying strategic battles.
Hi, Dragon Colony.
And raise monsties in a new way with habitat restoration. We're confident we've created an even more fun RPG experience.
Okay.
We'll reveal more details on the way to the release, so stay tuned.
That's all, right? Yeah, that's all. Okay. I take some of the things back, alright? I wasn't interested as much when they show much. Like, whenever they show Monster Stories 3. I never played 1. I played 2. And 2, well, it was good, right? But most of the time, like, during, like, mid to late game, I start to feel... I mean, repetitive is, like, fair, but I feel like it's too tough for my brain, and eventually I just get really frustrated in the game since it's not really like I'm not really a strategic kobold to play games, right? Like you see how I play Monster Hunter in general, right? I just go, I have a poking stick and I kill pretty much. What's preparation? I don't know what I don't know what's a preparation, you know. So maybe because of that I don't really have a good first impression with Monster Hunter Stories 2. But honestly, some of the things that they show, I mean the monsters are pretty much just like what we've seen before, and then also in Wilds, right? I am really loving this habitat restoration thing. It feels like it makes farming farming monsters with good stats a lot easier, I think. I don't even know if I was doing it back then. I don't even remember anymore. But yeah, I remember I had to bring Narix with me just to like farm in like a stronger dungeon so that I can get something stronger so that I can progress with the story. I think I vaguely remember that part. So that also made me feel like, okay, so the game wants me to pair with someone strong so that I can go through a dungeon so that I can have a slightly easier time with the main story of the game, I think. But yeah, I don't know. It's something about that. But after looking at this, I feel like I might play this now. I'm not gonna buy it on release though. I'm probably gonna wait for it until it's like a discount or something. So that's probably gonna be like maybe 9 months to a year after that I can play it. So yeah. Hi Dragon Colony. I need Kobo to hug. Well, Kobo is here for Dragon to hug always. So really like the story series. That's a week after your birthday. Oh, it came out March 16, right? This one? Heck yeah. Takes lots of effort to remember what type every monster does. Yeah. And then eventually it just stresses me out because like the amount of mental stack that the game provides is a little bit too much. Like, since I'm a very brute force kind of kobold, that I don't really strategize. So that's also why that I don't really have a good time with the game, honestly. But we'll see. Maybe 3 is slightly easier for my brain, or maybe I adapted with 2 and then 3 I can have a slightly easier time. I don't know. We'll see, right? I will be playing this game, but not like when it's at full price. I don't think I can afford that. Alright, anyway, now it's a time for Wilds. Stinky. Oh my god. Oh, what the hell? That was loud. 130 stream streak? Oh my god, thank you, Becky. Alright, now let's watch this. This is a long one, so...
We'll introduce what's in store for everyone in Monster Hunter Wilds' 4th title update. But first, here's the latest video for it.
We're gonna fight the... Oh my god! I couldn't wait to fight. Oh my god!
I can't believe all of this. We're sitting right underneath the zoos.
A weapon? I thought they didn't have any.
The specter of war? You've got to be kidding me.
Damn.
All units, positions!
Oh my god, Fabius. Who's that? Oh my god. But there's a Malzino.
Eyes open. Don't get caught up in it.
If only there's Malzino. Oh my god. I would I mean... Oh my god.
Nadia.
Ooh, who that?
Put your fears aside.
Don't let your courage fail you now.
I love her.
Now let him have it.
Arch-tempered Jindahat? Oh my god. Oh, I cannot wait to die to one shot again. Hell yeah.
It's about to attack.
So this is the new monster? Oh my god, this is cool as fuck.
Over here. Get behind me.
What? We're using hunters to tank the Nova now? Is that Gog? I never fought Gog before. Is that how Gog looks like? Looks like Alatri and Valhazak hybrid. It kinda does. The head reminds me of Barrow. He gets his stuff from the Emperor, yeah. It is Gog, what the heck? I didn't know, holy shit.
It will be a special quest in which you hunt with up to 4 hunters and 4 support hunters for a total of 8 characters.
8 hunters?
Work alongside Nadia and Fabius to slay this fierce foe. A permanent replayable event quest version of the Gogmazios quest will be made available on the same day.
Oh, is it an Iron Maiden? Oh my god.
Materials obtained from Gogmazios can be used with Artian weapons to create stronger Gogma Artian weapons.
Artian?
Gogma Artian weapons have one set bonus skill and one group skill chosen at random.
What?
You can also amend the bonuses on fully reinforced Gogma Artian weapons,
Oh no.
resetting them all or carrying over the existing categories to unleash even more powerful bonuses.
It's
You can
Safi
even
Jiva.
expend some materials to re-roll your set bonus skill and group skill.
It's kind of Safi Jiva, this one. Well, I'm excited to fight Big
The
Dragon.
fourth Arch-Tempered monster, Arch-Tempered Jin Dahad, will appear in a permanent event quest.
There's going to be a time attack for this, isn't it? I'm gonna become a sweaty bolt again. I need to play this game
will
more.
allow you to forge new armor.
So,
Through a
Arch-Tempered
process
Jindahat
called
and
transcendence,
Gogmazios.
you can make your armor even stronger than before. Use materials to increase the maximum level of your armor
Huh.
and enhance the decoration slots on armor of rarity 5 and 6.
Oh,
New optional quests will be added. These include high difficulty quests featuring multiple 9-star monsters. Completing them will get you special nameplate rewards.
yo! Oh my god, I want this one. Oh my god, I want it. It's Lagi, it's Mizu, and Tuna. Oh my god, I want it. Not revealed to hunters who joined after the quest started. Oh, wow, okay. Monster Hunter World is everything I wanted from a Monster Hunter game. I wish the game would function. Yeah, I mean, I heard they're trying their best to optimize the game, but at this point, I just don't feel too... I don't feel too confident, right? Because it's been almost a year, and the game is still... I forgot how scary the pole stretch is. Anyway, like it's been almost a year and the game is still an optimization mess, right? Yeah, it really is. It's just a shame, really, right? It's like those AAA titles expects every single one who plays the game has a NASA computer, has a NASA PC. So it's like, I don't know, right? I don't know. I hope they prove me wrong, right? I'm not going to expect something like Helldivers, right? The Helldivers went from 130 gigabytes to like 23. That's just not going to happen, right? But I would at least hope, right? I'm not asking for much here. At least hope that the game runs on my system at 30 FPS. Smooth. No drops, right? No drops. That's all I ask, honestly, right? I know my system is not that strong, but 30 should be playable, right? Should be smooth 30, no drops. That's what I'm hoping for. That's what I'm hoping for. So I can only hope. I don't have high hopes, but I hope they don't even... I hope they don't break my heart even more. Anyway.
If you're confident in your skills, give them a try.
Oh,
Hunters can also try their hand at hunting exercises, which pit you against tempered 9-star monsters.
Oh.
2 new support hunters will be added. Griffin, a great sword wielder from Ferrum unit.
Okay.
And Night Mist, a light bowgun wielder from Aurora unit.
Ooh. Dear.
More downloadable content will...
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just want to look at it. What is that? What the fuck is that? Oh my god. Is that an inflatable Rathalos? Oh my god. Tell me more.
More downloadable content will also be added. 4 beloved poses from prior games will be available for free.
Thank you.
A character edit voucher and Palico edit voucher will also be distributed free of cost.
Is there anyone who
Both
actually used the
players who
voucher?
already used the free ticket distributed on February 28th, as well as those who haven't, can use this as a second ticket.
Oh, okay. Maximum ear
Cosmetic
size?
DLC Pack 4 will be made available as paid content.
That's not chicken. What is
It
this?
would include new layered weapons for each weapon type.
I hate it. Where's my plushie weapon? Where's my plushie weapon? Oh, I hate it.
Yeah.
Fucking... The game knows. Alright, wait until the fish is... The game knows that I hate vegetable, and then they have like Tashin from S.H.I.E.L.D. intimidating me with a 2 garlic or whatever that is. I don't know. It's scary. Oh my god, the game knows.
There will also be other DLC that is not included in the pack.
More dancers? Oh my god. Huh? Please? I am buying that on day 1. Oh my god. Oh, oh, it is. Okay.
For a limited time, there will be quests that let you forge special equipment, farm heavy armor spheres,
Oh, thank you. Okay.
as well as a free challenge quest
Of
featuring
course.
Arch-Tempered Jin Dahad.
Of course, there's a free challenge. Yep. I need to be sweaty
Additionally,
again.
a permanent event quest to slay Gogmazios will be made available on December 16th.
December 16th, I'm out at Cebu. I cannot even play the game. Ooh.
The seasonal
Ooh.
event, Festival of Accord, Lumenhim, will be held on the dates displayed.
It's gonna destroy my PC.
The decor and meals at the
Yay.
Grand Hub will change, and you can earn special equipment,
Oh my god,
gestures, and
chicken!
decorations.
I want the chicken.
We plan to release even more content too, including event quests, paid DLC, and adding
Huh? Wait, huh?
release even more content too, including event quests, paid
와병의 초. Whoa.奈迪，你把人的脸盖一下吧！你搞什么鬼东西？丑欸！哎呀，还有看到堵拦的什么鬼东西来的？你做到这样？I mean, at least change the headgear. No? People are gonna mod this shit. I feel like people are so going to mod this. I am waiting for a mod. Okay? I'm waiting for it.
DLC, and adding Nadia as a support hunter for a limited time.
New song? Hell yeah. Love the diva.
Dazzling Grand Hub awaits you.
It's time to destroy my PC with Lumenhin.
Here are the dates when everything will be available. Free Title Update 4 goes live on December 16th. It includes an additional monster, Gogmazios. It also features new endgame content, such as Gogma Ardian weapons, new advanced difficulty quests, weapon adjustments, and other improvements.
Oh, 88
Starting on
Jindahan is
December
24.
19th, the winter seasonal event, Festival of Accord, Lumen Hymn, will be held.
Whoa. Sorry.
On
I know I paused a lot, I'm sorry, right? Hi, Floofy. Weapon balancing? Weapon balancing? Are they gonna change the weapon behavior again? Are they gonna nerf? No, they're not gonna nerf, right? I don't think they're gonna nerf anything. I don't think so. Are they gonna nerf Longsword more? Because I feel like there were so many like Longsword elitists be like, oh, use Longsword, it's like the most OP weapon ever. something like that. I don't know. I'm speaking on my ass here. I don't know, okay?
December 24th, Arch-Tempered Jin Dahad will appear as a permanent event quest. Now, I'd like to talk about our update plans for 2026 and beyond.
Okay, good. Good to know.
Title Update 4 will be Monster Hunter Wilds' final major content update.
It's
that
already
brings with it
final?
an addition of a new monster to the game's roster.
That's the final one?
We'd like to express our heartfelt thanks to those who have been playing since release, as well as
I
those
thought that would
who
be the
started
5th
later.
one.
Thank you so much for playing our game.
The game's good.
After December's Title Update 4, we will release a patch that increases the Steam version's stability,
Yo, okay.
as well as a final update in February that adds the last Arch-Tempered monster.
Oh.
So, we hope you'll continue to enjoy Monster Hunter Wilds.
Oh, there's one more AT.
Now, I'd like to talk more about what will be included in the February 2026 update.
Okay. At least they're trying to improve the game
update
now,
plan
so...
For February 2026, Arch-Tempered Arc will appear as the final Arch-Tempered monster.
Flagship, very important.
It will also
Wait, no,
add
flagship
the
is Raid
winners
out.
of the original weapon and pendant design contest,
Oh,
which were chosen from the many designs submitted by players.
where's the mini Mizu?
Moreover, there will be a collab to celebrate the release of Monster Hunter Stories 3 Twisted Reflection.
Okay.
You'll be able to get a special pendant and palico armor modeled after the protagonist's royal palico, Rudy.
Rudy? Oh, what
We'll
is
reveal
that?
more information about the February update right before its release, so please look forward to it.
Okay, so advanced quests and various improvements. Yeah, this is what I want to know.
Next, I'd like to share an update for our hunters on PC.
Thank you very much.
We would like to thank everyone who has shared feedback.
Sorry, I'm gonna pause here for a bit, right? I feel like they're going through a tough time here. And them saying this makes me feel like... I don't know, right? I mean, someone shared feedback, but I've seen so many threats being thrown, especially on Twitter. And it's like, it's kind of scary, you know? When, I mean, criticism is warranted, but when threats are being thrown at a game dev, when they're creating a game like this, I mean, I think that's a little bit excessive. Anyway, just kind of want to share that. It's what I saw. It's so fucked up, especially when it comes to Twitter. Twitter alone is already fucked up, so it is what it is.
Especially by providing crash report information implemented with the October patch. We have received feedback from many players regarding the performance and stability of the Steam version.
Yeah.
The development team has been looking closely at this to help inform our ongoing work in this area.
Okay.
To begin, several
my God.
improvements arrive with free Title Update 4.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna pause this, I'm sorry. So, title update for CPU, GPU optimization, all platforms, okay. Improvement applicable to all platforms, optimizing processing time through adjustment to frame processing, collision detection, and the number of simultaneous effects. Lowering GPU, CPU load by reducing unnecessary processes. That is promising. That sounds promising, actually. Okay. More than 100 processing improvements focus on players, monsters, secrets, particles, NPCs, graphical user interfaces, effects, and environmental features. So this is from the title update 4. So they are trying to continue to improve the game. At least that is like, I'm okay with this, right? Yes, I had a tough time playing it. I remember when the game first came out, and then I have to play the game at 17 FPS constantly. And now the game runs at slightly like 30, but when things are happening, it drops to like 25. Right? So I hope all these optimizations can maybe make the game make the game that I can play at 30 without dropping, right? Yeah, they are trying. They are certainly trying. And honestly, I appreciate that, right? I really do. I remember the last time a dev said they were going to improve the performance, they made it worse. I think that was like the title update. No, the one before title update 2, they made the game even worse. And then title update 2, they fixed it, right? They fixed it back, maybe a little bit back to like when the game first came out. And then afterwards, it's just improvements over and over. So at least, yeah, I can safely say that they are genuinely trying. Yeah. So even though it's not the best, right? It's not the best, but hey, I'll take it, right? I'll take it. Also, I'm just looking at this right now, right? PC-specific processors and addition of options and presets to reduce processing load. Okay. So January is like more PC, like they're just really focusing on PC optimizations here, right? Adding new graphics and CPU settings as well as new presets, providing additional options to reduce processing load. That sounds promising. I would say that sounds very promising. And like my system is not the best, and I feel like those options hopefully they help even more, right? Without having to configure the config.ini file. So we'll see, right? Improving shader compilation process, okay. Reduce stuttering, okay. VRAM usage improvement. VRAM? Not too sure what a VRAM is, but I think I've seen the word before. We don't look at this because there's in no world that I can play with this, so it's fine. So February, the last update will have additional optimization. Level of detail quality levels to the polygon mesh of 3D model. Reducing GPU processing load. Okay. This is very promising.
Next, we will release a PC-specific patch dedicated to making further improvements in January.
Hi, Swift. Have a
We are
look and
also
good stream.
investigating the
Thank you,
possibility
Swift.
of additional improvements for the update planned in February.
Thank you,
For
Monsanto
detailed
Wilds.
information about these improvements, please check our official website or social media channels for updates.
Oh, they have
Thank you for your
more.
continued feedback and support.
I'm okay with this, right? I'm okay with
The
this.
team is in the final stages of checks to ensure these changes improve the overall experience without adversely affecting some existing hardware configurations. We apologize for the time it has taken to address these issues,
Understandable.
but we ask that you wait just a little longer. We are committed to making improvements to ensure a great experience for all players.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you for your continued support.
It is. Oh.
We're excited to announce that a new Latin American Spanish voice option will be coming to Monster Hunter Wilds in the upcoming February update.
En cuanto encontremos un buen lugar, podemos comenzar
I'm
a
sorry.
preparar todo para salir. Y
What?
podremos empezar.
Why is it funny?
Y yo te elegí como líder de esta expedición.
Gracias, señor.
I don't know why it's
This
funny.
edition, you'll be able to enjoy in-game cutscenes and character voices dubbed in Latin American Spanish. Please
Oh.
stay tuned to our official channels for more information. Hasta pronto!
Thank you very much for your time
Okay,
today.
okay.
Monster Hunter Stories 3 Twisted Reflection, the latest entry in the Monster Hunter Stories series, will be released on March 13th. And we hope that you all continue playing Monster Hunter Wilds in anticipation of the release of Title Update 4 on December 16th. Please have a wonderful start to the new year while enjoying Title Update 4.
Thank you, Monster Hunter Wilds.
Even more Monster Hunter content awaits you in 2026.
Thank you, Hammerman.
And with that, see you again.
Okay, so the updates for Monster Hunter Wilds is very promising, honestly, right? And then a lot of like good stuff. Other than that weird Gemma, Eric, and Alma becoming sacreds, I think. Were they becoming sacreds? I don't know. That is kind of cursed, right? That one's gonna live in my brain rent-free, I feel like. But yeah, so a lot of promising updates. I am especially excited for more improvements, like improvements on optimizations of the game. So that alone makes me feel like I should play the game more. I totally should, right? And of course, I would play more if not like I still want to play Valheim. Right, I still want to play Valheim because oh yeah, last night I tried to add mods and I finally did it. I have epic loot now, I have backpacks now, so the game is gonna be a lot easier to play. So yeah, that's at least that's pretty good to know, right. So yeah, a lot of promising updates. I cannot wait to play more Monster Hunter Wilds, and yeah, next year Cowboy Adventures. More loots, more easier time to play Valheim now, so very nice. But for now, thank you again, Narix, for showing me this. I already forgot, right? So I'm gonna play more bits and well, not more, but I bought the game Bits and Bops because I use my I have 6 cents left. I use my Counter-Strike money to buy this game. So remember when I played the demo of this game, I played the shit out of it because it's so good. So that's what I'm gonna do today. Right? For the past 2 days I've been like, ooh, I have the game, I'm gonna play it. But no, I have to play on stream. I have to play it on stream. I want to experience this together with chat. So yeah, we're gonna do this today. I don't know how long the game's gonna be. Probably gonna be on the shorter side. So if there's more time to play, I'll just switch back to Valheim. Right? So yeah, that's pretty much it. Let me just close these. Hiya. And hiya. And hiya. And hiya. Let's play. Calx. Oh my god. Hi Calx. It's the Steam. Bits? Exactly. Oh, is it my bits? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's been a while. Hello. Hope Calx Dragon is doing it. Who knows? Oh, is it gonna be loud? Oh shit, let me turn down my volume. Well, not you guys' volume though, so... Prepare to get your earbuds destroyed. Oh! Wait a minute. Okay. I think this is fine. I think this is fine. Yeah, I think this is fine. I love the music. I'm not gonna change too much here. Include whole screen flashing and flickering effects. All screen effects are enabled. Screen reader. Narrate gameplay. Whoa. Uh-oh. Rebind button 1. Oh, it's J and K. Oh, okay. Nice catch your stream at last. It's nice to see you after so long. So you're gonna end for a second? Oh, that background noise is the experience of a sugar rush in the music form, right? Path of Exile 2, now you can play as a wyvern. Okay, give me a second. How much is Path of Exile 2? This is very important, I just kinda want to know. Did I spell it wrong? Oh, I typed XC there. No, that's how you spell Exile, right? Path of X. How about that? Path of E? Can I not find the game? Am I stupid? Am I stupid? I cannot find the game. Path of Kung Fu? What? I cannot find the game. No space? Path of... It is Path of Exile, what the heck? Path of Exile 2 is free? I'll play for free until 16 December. I mean, I have it here, but I don't know why I cannot find it on Steam. It might be filtered. Oh, does it have like some sort of adult content? Excluded by preferences. It's 134 ringgit? I'm okay with that. Play for free until 16 December. I'm out at Cebu! Hiya! Oh, it plays like this. Whoa, it kind of reminds me of most of the like survivor games. You know, like the roguelike survivor games. You can fly in the sky and breathe fire. Compression Honisa. wait. How does Dragon look like? How breaks out to Shut up, I don't want AI, fuck you. You can pick a card with Ascendancy. Can I be a witch that turns into a wyvern? Ah. You can four enemies if you play Diablo? Oh, Diablo. Oh. I never played Diablo, so I don't know. I don't know what the dragon looks like, but it seems to me that I need to be a witch and then I can turn into a dragon. Oh, do I just play straight up dragon? Oh, oops. It will be free but support the package to play early. Oh. If only there was a pure dragon class. Most MMO, most if not all MMO is afraid to do that. I don't know why. It's like they hate. It's like they hate dragons or non-human characters in general. You need to choose druid class for now to transform. Oh. Most people like dragons with humans together. Yeah, that's even worse, honestly. That's actually even worse. Like, Like, I want dragon. Hence the whole Dragon Rider fantasy. True. I've taken a specific charm you can transform in any class. Oh. Oh. Well, I don't know if I'll play Path of Exile 2 ever, since it costs 134 ringgit for... It's kind of an MMO, right? Path of Exile 2? Which is why Ring of Fire is goated. Ring of Fire will forever be goated, even though I never read it. I never look at it as much, but whenever I see Ring of Fire characters, I can so recognize them now. Ring of Fire very goated. Alright, let's play the game. Wait, I want... Yeah, 9. It might be a little bit on the louder side, which is okay because this is a rhythm game. So, yeah, let's play this together. Story? Oh my god, there's story? I have fun, keep voring. Good. I didn't know you're into vor, but now I know. Hi there, welcome to the Bits and Bobs safety video. Before we start, I need to know a little bit about you. Uh-oh. Are you gonna check my PC? Do you like to be shown the ropes, or do you prefer figure things out for yourself? Show me how it's done, let me work it out. It seems that let me work it out is the default option, is it? You know what, I'm gonna suffer, so I'll figure things out on my own. I thought so. I know an independent go-getter when I see one. Wow, thank you. Oh, is that a Dragon Maw? Oh my god. Whoa. Dragon Maw. Anyway, now that we've gotten to know each other, let's move on with the video. This is no ordinary store, so you'll need to learn a thing or two before you can browse. First things first, let's check your equipment. Let me see, what have you got there? Looks like you're using a mouse and keyboard. That's great. Oh. If you like, you can use the keyboard to navigate and the mouse buttons to play the games. Most mice tend to be more responsive than most keyboards. It can help a lot. If that sounds good to you, you can go ahead and start using the mouse right now. No, I'm using the keyboard. Thank you very much. Now, the games in Bits and Bobs use up to 2 buttons, and it looks like you have more than enough. What do you think? Can you handle 2 buttons? Only 2? Only 2 or 1, take it or leave it. What the hell? 2? Yes, only 2 I'm afraid, but don't think that means it will be easy. If you change your mind, come back here or head over to the settings anytime. Anyways, that's it for input. Okay, let's move on to audio. Give me a second to start the metronome. Okay. All you have to do is tap J in time with the metronome. It's that simple. Just keep going until we get a good reading. Okay. Looks like your total delay is about minus 12 ms. That's unbelievable. Oh. If you get a negative reading, it usually means you are tapping a little ahead of the metronome. Oh, okay. It also usually means your delay is quite small. That's a good thing. Oh, thank you. Are you happy with the result? We'll redo the rest. Let's move on. I'm good. Now that your equipment is working, let's move on to the game. There's only one golden rule. Everything happens in time with the music. Let's try something simple. The target appears on 1, moves on 2, and you hit on 3. Don't worry, you'll be fine. What does that mean? Oh, okay. Okay. You got it. We're almost done here. Just one more thing. Since everything happens in time with the music, the most important thing is to listen. If in doubt, trust your ears over your eyes. Let's try the same test again, but with more personality. Yeah, it is Rhythm Doctor, but way more personality, I feel like. Well, I wouldn't say way more, since I never played Rhythm Haven before, but it is, like, so good. Oh. Ah, okay. Perfect, you're a natural. Thank you, game. Wow, I keep getting praises so much. And I haven't even started the game yet. This concludes the Bits and Bobs safety video. Thank you for your attention. You are now welcome to browse the store. Remember to listen to the music and above all, have fun. Thank you, game. Oh, hi there. Welcome to Bits and Bops. I'm Bob, and this is my shop. Have you watched the safety video yet? Yeah. Great, then you're free to browse. The minigames are to your right, and the lounge is on your left. We've only just opened, so our selection is a little limited. Please bear with us. By the way, if you ever need anything, just ring the bell. Okay, that's everything. Have fun. What can I help you with? Show me safety video. Help me with this minigame. I just want to ring the bell. Okay, I'll just wait here then. Oh, wow, that's... I'm sorry, Bob, I just had to do it. Wow, that's really annoying. I love this game. You've got mail. Let's take a look. I got a pin. Get help. Vigorously request assistance after turning it down. Wow, nice. Come back to check your mail anytime. I really love this game so much. What the fuck? I haven't played the game yet. I'm already getting a pin and achievement for being annoying. Oh my god. It's a chair, wow. Hey, that's bad for the records. This is kind of hype though. Oh, it's a get help pin. This pin is awarded for vigorously requesting assistance after turning it down. There's a circuit that imprinted in the felt here. Put on 16 that I can sleep soundly. Are you feeling sleepy yet? I think you're sleepy. Ooh, sleepy. I think 45 is good, but normal is also good. Alright, what's this? Ooh. Oh. Wallpaper. Ooh, sunset. See, disable firewall. No. No. Yes. Uh-oh. Click here for free hot dogs? Do you eat vegetables? Play foosball? Oh no, I'm being bombarded by ads. Oh no. Oh no, I did bad. I cannot move. Oh! Oh god. What would... Well. Oh no. Oh. Weird. What do I do? Don't turn my firewall. Should look at that bounce on corner. Yeah, but it's a little bit too late. Is it now? I can look at it here. Oh. Not yet, not yet. This is so iconic and also kind of funny. Oh, I thought that was it. Is this too far? No, it's not. Maybe? No, not this one. Come on, just get the perfect corner. Maybe? No, this is too far. Oh. Maybe? Oh man, come on. Just bounce perfectly once. That's all Kobo asks, please. Oh! Hey, we did it! Very nice, okay. Why is there so many things to do already? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, so it... Okay. Got it, we got it. We watched it. Look at Lance, why are you being a non-believer? Come on. How could you be a non-believer? What? Oh my god. Hi Joanna. Hi Tekken. Welcome. Oh my god, Tekken. They must have flying that up perfectly to do that. Yeah. Alright, let's play the first one. We played this one before, I think. Oh, epilepsy warning, okay. If you feel any, like, unwell, then look away, right? This one has a lot of flickering, so just a bit of a warning, right? Yeah, hope you're doing good, Joanna. The seal loves to bop the beach ball. Tap J to snap a photo. I remember how this works. Sometimes he likes to juggle the ball. Want to show off? When you hear the bell, get ready to snap 3 photos in a row. Watch the ball for the timing. Okay. I remember this. Great, now get out there and snap some photos. Gonna get some good photos. Oh, heck yeah. It's so cute. Oh, it became bird. Right. I forgot about this. It's so cute. Oh, I blocked the picture. Oh, I missed one. I forgot about that 4. Oh. Heyo. The smooch. Oh. It's so cute. Oh my god, this game is perfect. Oh my god. I love. You've captured memories that will last a lifetime. Amazing. Heck yeah, amazing. I'm the best. Listen to Imagine Dragon. Imagine Dragon? Oh my god! Someone said dragon? I like dragon a lot. Hi Scar! Wow, you cleared your first minigame, great work! By the way, a package just arrived, it's for you! Head over to the counter to collect it, or we'll hold it while you keep browsing. Remember to come back and check your mail every now and then. Okay. Oh, that's a lot of things. Morning Scar. Imagine not imagining dragons. Shake my head, I know, right? Oh gosh. You've got mail. Let's take a look. Technical difficulties. Break the computer, ruining it for everyone. Uh-oh. You got a souvenir? Ooh. Ooh, okay. Flip a snapper. You gonna record? Oh, okay. Wow, nice. Come back to check your mail anytime. Uh-oh. Duke. Quack, 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 quack. Oh my god, I love them. Hi kitty, how you doing? Oh no, where are all these pop-up coming from? Ah, looks like someone has disabled the firewall. What an inconsiderate thing to do to the community computer! You wouldn't happen to know anything about this, would you? Oh, well, looks like I'm working overtime again today. Gosh, who could have done that? So inconsiderate, I cannot believe it. What, there's definitely not a purple pink kobold that just disabled the firewall, no. I didn't see that at all, no one does that. Like, who would disable firewall? Not me. Not me. Hi Nexus. Oh my god, more Tekken. Hope you're doing good, Nexus. Welcome, welcome. Oh my god, many pets. We got the pink crocodile. Sweet too. Oh my god, that's cute as fuck. It's so adorable. I'm crying, I'm crying. Oh my god, look at it. Look at it. It's feeding time. Tap J to snap up the cake. Okay, very straightforward. Oh my god, is Gate Whore? I know, right? Definitely not some purple kobold trying to go on dark web and by disabling the firewall, right? No. And pink, right? It's perfect. Good job. Now for the cupcakes, tap J for each one. Watch out, they're quick. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Got it. Excellent. Now get ready for the main course. Oh, we did it. Okay, okay. Oh my god, it's so perfect. It's so cute. It's so adorable. It's so adorable. Oh my god. Yuck. Oh, they got marshmallows. Oh. Oh, they lost the duck. Oh no. Oh, there we go. Oh my god, that's a greedy one. Oh my god, cute too. I'm gonna cry. It's so good. Oh my god, it's petting the snoot. Oh my god. Oh, I got it perfect. Oh, oops. I was just looking at the crocodile. Oh, the gator. It's like the most adorable thing ever. Oh my god. They have grass with marshmallows on them? Yeah. It's so cattails. Oh, right. There's cattails. This is my power fantasy. Sweet tooth gator. Snoot rub. I want to get my snoot rub as well. Oh my god. I didn't leave a crumb. I'm the best. Heck yeah. That's so adorable. Oh my god. Oh. Whoa. Is this reaction time? A rock paper showdown? Okay. I wanna get my snoot rub. It's time for hand-to-hand combat. Just you and me? Mano a mano? Mano? I don't know what that is. Oh, rub into your snoot. Oh, my show note. Oh my god. You know the drill. We throw on tree. Get ready. Oh, it's a saying? Oh, okay, okay. Oh, fast. Okay. I'm losing every round. You got it. Mano is Spanish to like man to man. Oh, okay, 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 man. Oh, okay, okay. Well, if I'm a woman, though, it's okay. It's a saying. The fist is punching you? Oh, wait, you're right. Taken to mean one-on-one. Oh, okay. Sounds kinda gay. Well, nothing wrong with being gay. Weren't you at Forum? It's Saturday today, Lance. I'm so sad that I didn't get to Forum. I didn't go to Forum. It's like, stay on your toes. Sometimes I'll change it up a little. Listen for the cue to slow it down. Again. I'm being punched. I've got to hand it to you. You picked that up quickly. Ha! I know about the triplets. Only military powers on a lesbian. Oh, bonk! I'm being bonked. No, you're not firm. I thought you're going to at least the lobbycon? Question mark. Now let's rock. Okay, let's do it. I like this. Ayo, ayo. They only know how to paper. Oh. 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 I will forever win. Oh my god. Hey! What? Ayo? Hell yeah. Oh. Oh my god. I will always win. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh! That's cool. Holy shit, that's cool as fuck. Hell yeah, that was good as fuck. Good game, good game. Oh, we made a brother. You handled that perfectly. I know, right? Bonk. I'm being constantly bonked. The thumbs out towards the end as well. That was really cool. I love that one. Oh. And oh my god. No, not the hand. Hi? Gee, this music is a little slow. Is it now? Yo, I'm Raven. Raven the Raven. That's me. Oh yeah, I like this music. Wanna dance? Sure. Woohoo! Oh, yo, look at Raven! Oh my god! Didn't the demo have different endings, like when you mess up? Yeah. Raven is Raven. That's cool. Oh yeah. Oh. I love this game so much. It has so many personality, right? Can I use the compute hard again? What if I format the disk? Okay, let's not do that. Mailing list. Oh. the YouTube and TikTok. Wow, they have everything. No one say anything, okay? No one say anything. I'm not doing this. It's Raven. It's Raven, not me. Okay. It's Raven. It's not. Oh. Not me. I didn't do it. Raven, what did you do, Raven? Why are you like this? Well, I'm just gonna... Hey... Hi again! Make us to right across your leisure if you need help, ring the bell. By the way, Bit said that she's fixed the computer. Hooray! I sure hope nobody breaks it again. Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. I want to see how far this can go up. Hey... I just want to ring the bell. Oh, I don't know about that. That's on me, okay? Let's play the game, let's play the game. I was just browsing, right? I was just browsing. I don't know. I didn't do anything. Cute. Listen up, troops. It's time to gather supplies. It's simple. We form a line and march in time. Push J to step. Follow me. Okay. Okay. We'll never be done at this pace. We need to pick it up. When you hear the cue, get ready to take 3 quick steps in a row. Oh, okay. Downloaded too many dragons? Yeah, well, I don't know. You downloaded too many toolbars and now the computer broke. Oh no. What? Is it not triplets? Oh, okay. Okay, I got it. Okay, I got it. I thought it's like ding, 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 or something like that, but I click the hot dragons in your area and, well, that one I couldn't help. If there's hot dragons in my area, I would just disappear. I would rush towards that area. Excellent work! You breezed through the basic training. Oh, did I know? Now let's go join the others. Okay. Oh, my beans have been stolen. Hot dragons in your chat? This is so cute. Oh, the dog. Oh my god. Oh, wait, are we bringing to our own feast or something like that? Yo boy, hi, thanks for the 3 stream streak. That's cute as heck. There's plenty to go around. Oh, I got it perfect. Heck yeah. It's more likely than you think. Hot dragons in my Twitch chat. There's a lot of hot dragons in my Twitch chat, I'm pretty sure. To be fair, most dragons are hot. To me, I like dragon. I'm not gonna say all, because there are some dragons that's unspeakable, so we don't talk about that. Whoa, something new. Whoa, we just unlocked a mixtape. Mixtapes are special. They combine everything you've learned in previous minigames. This one looks lush and vibrant, like a tropical safari. I think you're ready for it. Give it a go. Like Bat Dragons. Oh, Bat Dragons are really good. I love them. Some are cold. The most shocking statement ever uttered by a kobold. Oh my god, I cannot believe it. Hi, kitty. God, why isn't this booting? Oh, it looks like someone formatted the disk. What an inconsiderate thing to do to the community computer. You wouldn't happen to know anything about this, would you? Oh well. Looks like I'm working overtime again today. Sorry, Bit. I didn't do it though. Bert. Howdy, my name's Rory. Nice to meet you. I just love this lounge. The music is so groovy. It makes me want to tap my feet. Want to join me? Sure thing. Alrighty. So cute. Oh my god. I love this game. Heckin' yip, oh my god. It's so cute, this guy. I'm melting, I'm so melting. Oh, that's a lot. I just love this tune. What if I change it? Oh, I'll dance, but this music is not really at my speed. Oh. Oh, not even slower. Oh, heck yeah. What if I change music? Oh, okay. He only likes the chill vibe speed. Yeah. This one is also chill vibes. I like it. It's so cute. Oh my god. This is going to take a while to fix. Please look around while you wait. I wish I could be playing games right now. Oh. Alright, let's play the mixtapes. The mixtape. Jungle mixtape? So look at just naked? Yeah. I mean, I'm also naked. Oh. Am I a leopard? Oh my god, the gator is so cute! Oh my god. It's Pineapple Gator. lighting is so cute. Oh my god. Oh, I didn't know they're gonna change like that immediately. It's playing guitar? Yeah. You're a friend of the forest? Heck yeah. We take those. Hi Roxas. Are you not infirm? Wow. Get tricked? Yeah. Wow, you cleared a mixtape. Great work. By the way, I got some good news. We've opened a new area. Our game corner to your right offers a bit of a change of pace. Why don't you head over and check it out while you wait for the new minigames to arrive? Oh, okay. Driving there now? No friends will go later? Aww. Welcome to the game corner. I should mention the games here work a bit differently. You can play these by yourselves or with up to 4 players. What? Once you've had enough, you can quit at any time from the pause menu. You can access the pause menu in the minigame by pressing escape. Okay, that's everything. I'll be at the counter if you need me. Have fun. Whoa. Book. Oh. I missed it. And go have a nap. Happy musicking. Oh, okay, Chip. Have good nap. Have very good nap. I'm gonna miss so much chat here. Oh no. Hello. My name is Duvet. I'm a singer. I came here to look for other performers. I know I'm small, but I love big crowds. Do you like being in the spotlight too? Do I? Not really, I would say. No. But I also don't want to just like potong steam or something like that. Hi Akon. I have a drink. I drink. I'm also drinking milk. Oh my god. I guess I like to perform. I mean, I'm here performing though, a little bit. Hope Akko is doing it. Wow, a fellow performer! You know, even when we're at the center of attention, the show is not really about us. It's for the audience. When you make them happy, it's the best feeling in the world, isn't it? It kinda is. You know how to please a crowd, I can tell. Do I now? Maybe not. Oh, explode. Ooh. Oh, that's it. Oh, I want to see more. I like this one. Okay, I'm not gonna destroy the PC anymore, okay? We need to play this one, right? What? Press J to take the stage. Press K once everyone has joined. Oh, I'm the only one. Okay. Press J to conduct. I love I can control the tempo. Oh my god. What happens if there's 4 players? Oh my god, it's so fast. Oh my god, the drama is so fast. Take a bow! How do I take a bow? Oh, you totally forgot to tell you about the metronome. I just forgot to tell you about the metronome. I'm the metronome game. Press L to toggle the metronome or J to conduct. Oh. I press up, nothing's happening. There's no metronome. Well. Come on, you got this. You got this. Oh my god, they got lungs. Holy shit, they got mega lungs. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're gonna... The clarinets, oh my god. Oh, were they like... Oh wait, I think I saw their face turning red. Were they turning red? They are turning red, oh my god. You got this, clarinet, come on. Oh my god, they're turning so red. I'm so sorry, but I just want to see what's happening. Oh, what will happen? It's full red now. Oh, they don't hold the button. They don't hold the note. Oh. What if I go like mega fast? Okay, I'm gonna have like... Okay, space works too. Okay. This is the fastest orchestra in existence, okay? Yo, they're so fast. Holy shit. Toggle the metronome. There's no metronome. What do you want? Alright, we good. Great news! The new minigames have arrived! Head back to the shelves when you're ready to check them out. Okay. That was really fun. Hi, Kanai. Oh, that's a lot. Fix the computer, hooray! Nobody breaks it again. Yeah. Oh my god, look at this guy. Oh, hello? Excuse my inattentiveness, I'm Professor Lotto. I study rhythm. There's a lot of rhythm in here, isn't there? You look like a curious person. Is there something I can teach you? Oh, polyrhythms? I know about time signatures, but how about polyrhythms? Ah, polyrhythms. That's quite an advanced topic. To make a polyrhythm, you need 2 evenly spaced pulses at different subdivisions. Oh, that's what it means. Okay. Then when you play them at the same time, you get a polyrhythm. For example, a 3-2 polyrhythm, one pulse plays 3 notes while the second only plays 2. The second pulse plays on beat 1 and between beat 2 and beat 3. 1, 2 and 3, 1, 2 and 3, just like that. Something like that. You can combine different subdivisions to make any crazy polyrhythms you like. But polyrhythms are so hard because my brain hurts. Oh, was it dozed out again? As I was saying, polyrhythms are fascinating, aren't they? Yeah, they are. Well, maybe this could make you not fall asleep. Okay, maybe not. And you can keep adding notes endlessly if you know what you're doing. Oh, yeah. Polyrhythms are so like advanced. It's crazy. My brain cannot work that way. It's too difficult. Bobot and the Fly Girls. This is the one from the demo as well, right? Listen up, crew. We've got moves to learn. When we clap 3 times, tap J 4 times to dance with us. I remember this. Oh my god, Salusi! I want Salusi. You got it! Now for an advanced move. Press and hold K to spin and release to freeze. Listen for 1-2 record scratch, then show us your moves. Show me your moves! Show me your move! Alright, here we go. Okay. Oh, they changed the sound cue. Yeah, they changed the sound cue a little bit. It's more obvious now. Excellent, now you're moving. Okay, it's showtime. I'm the robot. I know how to dance. Alright, they changed poses, it's so cute. It's so adorable, oh my god. Nice. Yeah, this one is pretty okay. Like, I also played this one in the demo, so it's pretty easy. You're a dancing machine. Like, once I go through all the games here, and then I'm just gonna like try to find as much words out of here as much as possible. So yeah, perfect first try. Heck yeah, this game's so good. I have 3 perfects now. By the way, the mail pile is getting a little out of hand. Please stop by the counter and check your mail soon. No. Oh no. The groups. Oh my god, the groups. Kitty? Hey, I'm Disco. You might not believe it, but I'm a pirate. Right now, I'm searching for treasure. I haven't found any loot here yet. This shop is still empty. Let me know if you find anything valuable. Is there anything valuable here? I mean, this computer is valuable. Or you want my things? Technical difficulties. Ruining it for everyone. I'm valuable. Oh, Calx is very valuable. But I want Calx though. I don't want to give Calx to anyone. Can I say that? Holiday photos. Polaroid photos suspended from a piece of thread. The colors look surprisingly clear. Wow, that's really annoying. Heck yeah, Calx. Shiny Hoard is valuable, all the gems and coins? Exactly. I mean, that's what Hoard and Shiny is. Alright, let's play the next one. Glowworms? I'm listening. Oh my god, they're so cute though. What a perfect day to dance. Get ready up top, press J to bop. Oh my god, they are dancing. Oh, okay, so I'm done. Oh my god, it's so cute. Holy shit, I'm that one. How is this game so fucking adorable? I'm giddy all over. I feel like my cheek hurts from smiling. I love it. It's so good. You got it. Sometimes life comes at you fast and you need to be prepared to go with the flow. Get ready. Like the little dances. Yeah, it's so adorable. Look at that. That's it. Just one more thing. Sometimes you have to relax and take your time. Don't sweat it. This will be a breeze. Oh, it's so cute. Perfect. Now let's get this party started. It's like Rhythm Haven. Yeah, I think it's heavily inspired. It's so cute. Why did I just press the rhythm? I counted. Okay, I have to count. This is difficult. Okay. The change of color is so adorable. Hey, I missed one. Okay, there we go. I missed one. It's so adorable. Oh my god, I love them. Look at them. Oh my god. There was an uplifting performance. Yeah, I missed one, I think. Yeah, towards the end it gets a little bit like confusing, but I love it. Bird! Oh my god, eat bird! Well, the mailbox is fine. More kitty? Hi, I'm Indy. My job is to record myself playing games. It's a wonderful job. I came here to look for new games to play for my friends. What do you like to watch other people play? Cozy games, honestly. Phosphorescent? Phosphorescent. I don't know what that is, but it's a special word. To me personally, I like both actually. I like watching people play scary games, while I also like watching people play cozy games. So both actually, it's kinda hard to say. The stat page at the end could be a bit more detailed. It would be neat if it told you how many times you missed. Oh. Yeah, they didn't say how many times I missed though. It's just like amazing or perfect. I mean, I only seen these two. Wait, I'm waiting. I've seen a person before. The kitty? That kitty right here? Indy? It could be the game supporter, question mark? And this K-Miss will support. Yeah, probably. If that's the case, then yeah. Let's say I like watching people play cozy games more than scary games actually. The only time I watch people play scary games is I watch Insim. That's pretty much it. Cozy games. Good call. It's like you and your viewers are all curled up together on a big couch with some hot cocoa. Or in my case, a can of soda. Heck yeah. I think this lounge is pretty cozy. Wonder if my audience would want to see it. Yeah. Even here is faster. Alright, let's play the bird. The bird. We played this one on the demo. Eat bird. Canary loves to chat. Listen for the question, then tap J to respond. Okay. This one's second cute. I know, it's so good. The bird is so soft, I'm gonna cry. Conversation is best when allowed to flow naturally. Try the same question without the bouncing ball. It's so soft. Canary thinks carefully about complicated questions. Tap J to respond after a short delay. Excellent, now let's try this one without the bouncing bar. I got this, I played this one on the demo the most. Because it's so adorable. I just keep replaying this one. Fantastic, you're a natural. Not only if there was someone to talk to. Oh my god, it's another bird. It's so cute. I love them. They are so perfect. Hugging the sack of snacks. This one is so adorable, I can't. Throw away the... Eating ice cream? Fuck yeah. Found a baby bird? Many birds singing? They're so adorable. Oh my god, I wanna squish them. I wanna squish them. They're so soft. Oh my god. I made a friend for life. I wanna... I have the bluebirds giggle and blush. I know, right? Oh, that's so perfect. Oh my god. Like, honestly, this game cost 40 ringgit 50 cents. But my god, it's worth every money, I feel like. Holy shit. Should I take this? You got mail, take a look. Souvenir? Oh, okay. Record. Video? Oh, souvenir. Okay. Record. Video. Souvenir. Okay. Entry parade. Oh, it's the ant one. And a souvenir. Okay. Jungle mixtape. Got the pin. Complete the groovy jungle mixtape. Okay. And a souvenir. Ooh. And the Bobot. Bebot and the Fly Girls. More souvenir. The flow worms. Souvenir. Oh my god, little bird. Meet and tweet. Wow, nice. Come back to check your mail anytime. Thank you, Bob. Oh, Mole. Ooh, I like this funky beat. My name's Jazz. Nice to meet you. Say, do you know Poodley? He's one of my best buddies. He's more into art than music, though. I hope I don't annoy him when I ramble about my music opinions. Maybe I yap too much. That's me all the time. Maybe I yap too much. Oh, maybe I don't yap at all. Maybe I'm too quiet. Oh no. There's a lot of new videos, right? Jungle set? Question mark set? Whoa. Can I like... Okay. Does this show like how the game is played? Oh, does it showcase like how to perfect this game? The gator is so cute though, oh my god. I love the pink gator. Can I just say everything about this game, like, it just boatloads of personality. Even the music is like so fucking good. Like it really fits, like everything is like, everything fits so well together, right? And the duck, they're so sweet, I know, right? Whoa, I got Gino. Haven't heard Gino's music in so long. Gino's memes? I must play this more and more. I must play this more and more. I want to pet the sheep. I also love how every time when I play a stage, there's just something else happening in the background that like tells another story. It's so adorable. That's how you know, man. Like the developer of this game love making their game, and they love their game so much. Oh, we've seen this one. Alright, let's play this one. No, this is new. Steady bears? Are they bears? Bear? They're so cute, oh my god. I'm so glad you come skating with me. Let's start simple. All you have to do is wait a beat, then skate a beat. Don't worry, I'll be right beside you. Okay. We're not off to a good start. Is it not like 1, 2, 3 tap? You have to wait a bit before you skate a beat. Oh, right, I have to wait a beat, of course. Wait. Oh. Okay. Thanks for showing me immediately. Wait. 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 Isn't it? Wait a bit. I knew we'd be good at this. Yeah, don't count those. No, me falling on my ass 10 times, okay? I think I'm ready for something more advanced. When you hear the bells, get ready to take 2 quick steps. You can do it. Okay. 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 I'm a natural. I got it. One more thing. We're going to change it up like before, but this time it's a 2 offbeat steps. Oh no. Wait. Okay. Okay. That's everything? We're waiting for a skate while we have to ring alter ourselves. I got this, I think. They're so adorable, look at them. Heck yeah. Okay, got it. I know how this works. Uh-oh. What if I fall here? What if I fall here? Oh. This is so adorable. Oh, look at them. Oh my god. G-O-T-Y? We're perfectly in sync. Oh yeah, I did it perfect. Holy shit. I was so tempted to fall there. I feel like it's gonna be catastrophic because I'm pretty sure if I fall there, everyone else is gonna fall. It's like, oh shit. It's like a domino. Very, very nice. Nice. 3 perfects. Look at the sky mixtape. Well, what do we have here? It's another mixtape. This one looks carefree and adventurous, like it could go anywhere at once. That sounds like it has you written over it. Yeah, maybe. Sorry, you scared me. I'm Mr. Faraki. Good to meet you. I've been trying to get a perfect in every mini game, but it's stressing me out. Do you like to try to get a perfect score? No, I don't aim for that actually. That's a good way to play. I wish I could enjoy games without worrying about scoring well. Maybe there's a way to score well without worrying so much? This is an interesting topic too. I remember that they're playing with the fidget toy. That's so adorable. I used to be kind of a perfectionist whenever I play games, especially when I play Tekken. I know I bring a lot of Tekken into my streams, right? I talk about it a lot because I feel like Tekken is kind of like one of my most played games, I feel like. And because I was like this perfectionist where I need to execute everything perfect, I need to like, I cannot allow myself to make mistakes, and whenever I make mistakes, I will just feel stressed out and then eventually I'll just explode, right? And it is like about 2 years before that I started to be like, okay, maybe don't stress out whenever I make a mistake. I'm human. Making mistakes is very natural. And eventually I just be like, yeah, sure, if I miss something, then just go with the flow, it's fine, right? If I mess up, just try to think of the next move, right? Whenever I'm playing Tekken, it's like, I messed up, okay, fine, I didn't punish that, it's okay, right? I didn't duck the second hit, it's okay. We remember that for the next time, but let's think about our next move, right? It's something like that. I eventually just I don't feel stressed out anymore when I play games, or I don't feel stressed out as much because essentially I play games to enjoy myself instead of like actually playing games to, you know, stress myself out. If I play games for the sake of stressing myself out, I don't think I want to do that anymore, right? So yeah, it's kind of interesting topic too, honestly. I used to be such a perfectionist back then when I was playing Tekken. That leads me to just having a breakdown, having a meltdown, having a mental breakdown, like shouting at the camera or something like that. Believe it or not, I used to do that. Yeah, I shout at the camera and I crash out. And I keep playing. And I crash out even more. Those were bad times, right? I'm glad I grew out of that. Yeah, I'm glad I grew out of that, and now I play games to genuinely enjoy myself and not really like stress myself out as much. I mean, sure, there are times where I still feel like stressed out or like anger towards a game, right? But sometimes there's just a game being dumb. Like Valheim Swamp, for example. That place is shit, so yeah, there are some exceptions, but essentially I can say about 80% of the time when I play games, I don't feel stressed out anymore. So I think that's good. I think that's really good, right? It's a good change, like a good attitude change, I would say. I tend to play a game when I play bad. That's one way as well, right? That's one way. This game is shit. This game bad. I mean, yeah, I tend to play Counter-Strike 2 when I shoot bad. It's also a bit toxic. It's understandable though, right? I mean, sometimes, especially when it comes to Counter-Strike 2, game's bad. Oh, my times of playing Valheim with friends ended in the swamp. Oh, yeah, I mean, swamp is... Honestly, swamp is just a big bullcrap, right? But maybe once I'm done with this playthrough, because I do feel like I want to play Valheim more with the mods I have. I don't know if it'll be possible to play with mods when it comes to like Valheim multiplayer, but I wouldn't mind playing Valheim again and with friends, because why not? I feel like I know it's a little bit earlier to talk about this, but I think next year I want to aim to play more games with like my streamer friends, or like just friends in general. Like maybe do more streams together with friends as well. That what I kind of want to do that. I kind of want to reach out a little bit, right? I mean, sure, I'm staying in my comfort bubble. It's nice, but sometimes I also feel like I kind of want to reach out more. Okay, partially maybe because I feel like I'm missing out, right? Sometimes, like when I see people play Repo, I see people play RV there yet or something here, or some games like that. No, I do feel a little bit left out, but that's on me, right? Because I hardly reach out to people, and then time zones being bad as well, right? But I think next year I kind of want to try to reach out just a little bit more and see if I can maybe yeah, I kind of want to change up the vibe a little bit instead of just only the kobold here. Maybe having more friends, more dragons on the stream, more kobolds on the stream, more friends in general, right? That's kind of my next year's goal, and of course do more art, not like this year. something like that. Maybe even art stream with friends as well, right? We can like do art together in a Discord chat, right? I don't know, something like that. I can take that into consideration. Friend streams, exactly. Yeah, I think I want to do more of that. Next year, I'll try my best, even though it kind of scares me to reach out. But I'll try to get out of my own comfort bubble a little bit next year. But that's the thing, right? That's the... I wouldn't say it's not rent. It's just a little bit of like, I kind of want to share something, right? Alright, let's play the mixtape. Sky mixtape? I'm doing it. Oh, Brit. Brit. Oh. Oh my god, dancing on the plane. Oh no, why are they dead? That's really hard. Okay. Oh, was it not it? Tuk, 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 right? A lot of people fall into the trap of playing games for the end result, like getting good or getting the best gear. That they forgot to enjoy the journey. Yeah, exactly. That happens a lot too. It's kind of sad. Yeah. What did those spur to the grubs? Nothing. Hi, Bad Gamer. I still got the amazing out of that. I feel like I messed up a lot though. It's okay, we take the amazing because we're the best. We're the best. New minigame? You cleared another mixtape, nice. I'm sorry to say that we're waiting for a new minigame to arrive again. Why don't you head over to the game corner while you wait? Okay. Yeah, what is this? Oh, is this like a weird rhythm, like run? Foot tied together. Fresh stage to join the race. Okay, once everyone has joined. Don't look at me like that. Holy shit, you're so scary. Press K if you want me to join you. Sure. Press and hold J to step. You can play two at once here. Oh, how do I do that? Is there another button that I can? Oh wait, if I get my controller. Haha. Big brain. I have controller. Kobo Mega Brain. Okay, let me plug this in. Okay, it's time to break my brain, I guess. There we go. There's a whole J to step. You made one whole step. That's something to be proud of. I think that's the farthest the two of us have ever walked. Fantastic. You have to wait for everyone else to live before you step again. Oh. K to step. 16 whole steps. Great work, team. I think that's the furthest the two of us have ever worked. Back we go. Oh, my left and right hand. I mean, I can do this. That's not 16. That's not 16. What do you mean? This is so funny. Oh no! I messed up. 62 whole steps. I think the furthest. Back we go. Oh no. It's so hard. Wait. What if I use left hand on the keyboard? I think that'll be easier. Yeah, that's a lot easier. Okay, okay. Oh no, I pressed the wrong button. I have no patience. What do you mean? I have no patience. Oh shit. Should I be scared? Wait. My controller is like falling down. J, right? Okay, J. Oh. Thank you for fitting the oasis. Oh shit, out of order. Oh. Welcome back. Go, 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 go. Can I have something to eat? I want to eat something. My hand hurts. My left hand hurts. All right. Okay, we walked to like 1 lap. That's good enough. That's good enough. Oopsie daisy. 630 whole steps. Great work, team. Furthest back we go. I mean, I was. All right, we're good. New minigames arrived, yay! I picked the shelves so we are ready to check them out. Heck yeah! Oh my god, skewer! I just want to ring the bell. Wow, that's really annoying. Oh my god! That's so cute! Hey! I'm Madame Sibyl Gabriel the First, but you can call me Sibyl? Sibyl? I think that's Sibyl, right? My best friend is throwing a birthday party tonight and I need to find her a gift, but I can't decide which minigame to buy. Do you have any recommendations? Flipper Snapper, Sweet Tooth, Sweet Tooth, Sweet Tooth. Oh, good. Oh. Okay, oh my god, the tail wag. I'm gonna cry, I'm gonna cry, I'm gonna cry, I'm gonna cry. God, this game is so adorable. Everything about this game is so adorable. Sweet Tooth is all about sharing food together. Plus, we both love sweets. What a great idea. I just know she's going to love it. Thanks so much. I'm sure she'll love this. Of course. I mean, I did this before, but this is so tempting. You guys saw nothing, okay? I didn't do anything. Free hot dogs! Play foosball! Free hot dog! Eat your vegetable! Play foosball! Yeah! You're adorable. Oh my god! No. Alright, don't worry about it, it's fine. Alright, we're eating skewer on pop-up kitchen. Nexus is heckin' adorable as well. Listen up, newbie! You have to stick with me if you want to make it in the business. Let's start with the skewers. Wait for the pieces to align, then tap J to throw. Okay. Bullseye. No. Now for the toothpicks, tap J when the dumpling reaches the peak. These are a little faster, so make sure your fingers are ready. Okay. How fast are we talking about? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh my god. Oh my goodness, Tekken. You're natural. Now for our signature dish. When the time is right, press and hold K to unleash raw fury and release the serve. What? Is it no? I don't understand. You get it soon. Listen for the cue when the prawn appears. This is your chance to ready yourself. Wait for a beat while they hang in the air. Timing is everything. Now press and hold K to fire. Keep firing until you've hit every last prawn. K finish. Let me show. Okay. Oh, dun dun dun, boom. Okay, okay. Dun dun dun, boom. Okay, okay. Delay one beat. Okay, okay, okay. That's every dish on the menu. Get ready, the lunch rush is here. Okay. I'm ready. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Oh, wait. Oh. It's so fast. This one is kinda hard. Hi, Zri. Oh my god, weird. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Wyvern and Dragon. Oh, that's still amazing? Heck yeah! Your food is the talk of the town? Chat. This is like the weirdest feeling ever. I'm so hungry though. No, wait, I just ate not too long ago. Why am I hungry now? Oh my god, this is so weird. I wonder why, right? Honestly, they look pretty good too, so... Maybe I do. Maybe I miss Japanese food. I haven't had sushi in a long time. Oh, hi! Whoa, look at the computer! Hey, it wasn't me this time, I swear. How is it not you? Explain yourself. Huh? You're the one here. What about that? You're here. How about you explain yourself, because it's definitely not me. I didn't get to the computer and double click on that disable firewall thing, and I've seen a lot of pop-up ads. That's not me. What do you mean? I didn't do that. The hungry kobold. Kobold hungry. I didn't do anything to the computer, I promise. Yeah, of course you don't. Oh no, where are all these pop-up coming from? Disable the firewall? Community computer? No, I don't know anything about that. Nope. Let's play the mixtapes. No, not mixtapes. More minigames. Firework? Firework. I love fireworks. They're great. What a beautiful night for a show. Watch for the fireworks shoot in the sky, then tap J to set them off. Oh, fast. Nice. Perfect. Just in time to start the show. Oh, that's it? Okay. Oh, this is fun. Blue firework is so cool. And then you have purple firework, that's even better. Dog. Pink firework? Ooh. And the Chinese lion? Oh my god, they're so cute, look at them. This one might be the easiest one, I love it. I love Chinese lion, look at them, so adorable. The show went off without a hitch. I'm the best. Oh my god, I'm the best. I want to order something to eat, but... Hammer! I think every set has one easier one. That's really nice. Oh, hello, I'm Wesley. Nice to meet you. I find this lounge super relaxing. What do you do to relax? Something that captures all of my attention. Something that requires none of my attention. Something that requires none of my attention, actually. Really? Something that requires none of my attention. Like recently I've been playing this game, Summoner's Greed, not sponsored by Summoner's Greed, but on my phone I think I just put the game there and just look at it and watch it defend the thing and kill the things. I don't know, something about that is like kind of relaxing to me. Something that doesn't requires me to like constantly managing them. I kind of like that. So I would say something that requires none of my attention. Me too. You know what? Sometimes I like to do nothing. Is it allowed? Yes. Absolutely. Just lie on bed and do nothing. That's also really fucking good. I'm really enjoying doing nothing right now. Yeah. Although sometimes when I do nothing and then it just makes my brain be like, oh, you're not doing anything? Oh my god, you're wasting time? What the fuck are you doing? Like, that's like my brain's like, I want to do nothing, but then my brain never allows me to do that. I hate it. Sometimes I hate brain. Sometimes. Alright, hammer. 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 I like hammer. Let's build something. I'll put the nails down and you hammer them in. This is a jackhammer one, I remember. Fantastic. These instructions get pretty complicated, so make sure you keep an ear out for the change of rhythm. Let's build this. Bonking the kobold. Uh-oh. Am I getting bonked? I think I am getting bonked, like exactly on my head. Oh no! If I stay here, oh no. Ow. Kobo's getting bonked. My ears. My ear. I want a jackhammer. Give me jackhammer. I'm so glad I still remember this. Can I get a perfect and steel jackhammer? Kitty? Can I get a jackhammer? I'm a jackhammer. Kitty. And it's still perfect. We didn't need a jackhammer and it's still perfect. Let's go. Heck yeah. I remember this one so much because I was spamming so much. And it's like we didn't need a jackhammer. And it's like, whoa. I didn't know, okay. Like, so every I'm pretty sure most, if not all, has like a... Like, if you spam too much, and it's like, the game will tell you something different, even though if you do everything right. Which is kind of impossible in Southeast, like this one cannot, this one cannot, this one can, this one cannot, this one cannot, this one can, this one maybe? This one, no. Right? So if you spam, I'm pretty sure it's gonna like have some different flavor text, which is kind of cool. Dog? Hey there, nice to meet you. Don't mind me, I'm just doing some art practice. Oh, are you... Who was it again? You are one of the mole's friend. I forgot what your name is. Yeah, Poodly, right. Oh, by the way, my name's Poodly. What should I draw? Draw me! Let's see. There we go. That makes sense. There we go. Oh, you asked for a picture of you? Oops, I drew a picture of me. But I think it came out pretty well. Yeah, it came out pretty good. I wonder if I can make these pictures move somehow. With the power of frames and animating. You can. Right, that's how animation first found out, I think. Flipbooks? Maybe I'm wrong on that. I don't know. Did he draw a pin of himself? Yeah. Oh, I blocked it. My bad. Yeah, I blocked it. Yeah. He drew a pin of himself. Oopsies. I didn't realize. Okay. Intense? Molcano. Are they scared? Welcome to orientation, newbie. Today we're learning to walk the hand card. Just follow my lead, tap J to push the handle. What am I doing?
1, 2.
Oh, I'm the right one. Okay, I'm the right one. Now you got the movement down, it's time for the emergency braking procedure. Listen up for the whistle, then tap K to slam the brakes. It's important that we brake at the same time, otherwise you'll lose your balance. Okay.
1, 2. 1, 2.
Okay, I got it.
1, 2.
That's so cute. They're so chunky though. Now that we come to braking, there's just one more thing. We're going into double time. Listen carefully for the count in. It's much faster. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. that was so dirty. The rhythm was so dirty. Oh my god. Fantastic. Just in time for your first shift. Let's do it. Banger time, let's go.
1, 2.
Ooh, the bass. The double bass is so tasty.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They're so chunky. They're so chunky. Ooh. Oh my god. That was so cool, holy shit. Okay, okay. Holy, that was cool as balls, oh my god. Time for a well-earned break? We almost died. I think we almost died from the volcano, right? But I don't know, that was really cool though, oh my god. Let me do this real quick. I think I saw some frame drops. I think. Hey, how about this? That one was really fun though. I like it. You got the mixtape. Oh boy, it's another mixtape. This one looks deep and mysterious, like it's hiding some secrets. I have a feeling it would bend the rules a little if such things were allowed. Anyway, I'm sure you can handle it. Oh, they're gonna cheat? Are they gonna be a little cheat? Lizard? Hello, I'm Kafka. Why are you holding? What are you? I'm a shingleback lizard. I love lizard. On first glance, I knew you were a lizard and I love you already. My head looks like a tail and my tail looks like a head. Oh, that's so cute. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at that. Oh my god. Look at Kafka. Oh my god. Did I trick you? My head is where all the thinking happens. My tail? This is just for show. Wait, so you're telling me that's the head and up there is the tail? Question mark? No, right? It's one of those lizards? Oh, it's a real lizard. It's a real kind of lizard? Shingleback lizard. Whoa, it's full again. You've got mail. Souvenir? Okay. And the record. And the video. And the souvenir. Oh, that's an airplane, I think. Complete the adventurous sky mixtape. Got a pin. Make a full lap of the city without face planting. Oh, oops, I cheated though. I kinda cheated though. In the souvenir? Heck yeah. Pop-up kitchen. And the souvenir. Oh my god, Tekken! Oh my god, Tekken, that's the best thing ever. I win the game. That's the Tekken. Oh, it's from Firework Festival. That makes a lot of sense, okay. Willfully disobey the rules of a minigame. Did I do that? Oh, kitty. They're famous for pairing and coming back to the same mate each breeding season. Oh. They're devoted. Kristen. It's a dragon statue. A small dragon figure made of wood. Its surface is coated in a shiny lacquer. Lacquer? They're so cute. They tend to live alone most of the time. Oh, okay. I love them. Alright, let's play a mixtape. Am I almost finished? I already finished. I almost finished the game. No. No. I want more. Ooh. That was a little bit late. Oh. Oh. You changed the time signature. I wasn't ready for the triplets. Okay. They like the triplets, this one. Oh, a little bit too early on that. Ooh, yeah. This one has like some interesting beats in there. You became one with the waves. That's amazing. I feel like I messed up so much though. I thought that would be like or something like that. We take those. I'm amazing. Oh my god. It's my favorite song. It's very special. Like it's not as upbeat as like the rest of the game, but this is like more on the cool side. No pun intended. And I mean, it is pretty cool. So yeah. Wow, you cleared under the mixtape. You never believe it, but we are waiting for the new minigames to arrive again. Perhaps another trip to the game corner is in order? Yeah. New game. Oh, what is that? Pounding mochi? I think that's what it is. Let me pound. Oh, it's not mochi. Press J to grab a hammer. Kobold? Kobold? I have to change hand for this. I'm playing as 2 kobolds. Both are me. Okay. No, actually, I trust my single hammer in time with the beat. Oh shit. Oops, then one will have to go back in the forge. Okay. For kobolds. Wow, we totally smashed that. 4 chips that's nice you like, huh? It's so difficult. Why am I playing 2 at once? Okay, I can do one. Ding, 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 ding. Okay. Green is green. Okay. Oh no. Okay, why am I playing as 2? This is fine. Okay, we got this. Oh, spatula. Okay. Ooh. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, D20? Okay. Hi, Zeus. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay. Okay, this one is easy. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Okay, I almost forgot the last one. We got this. Mm-hmm. Oh. Okay, I got this. Okay. Okay. It's getting kind of hard. My brain. Okay, this is easy. Oh, I forgot. Nah. Why am I playing two bolts? This is kind of fun though. After a pause, you rush the next beat. Yeah, I mean it's kind of tough to like keep track of two bolts at once, but it's one of the go back to the forge. Really on the roll there. Most we ever crafted incredible. Let's go again. Change the starting speed. Oh, okay. Do all four. You can restart from the highest BPM you got. Oh, that's really nice. I wonder if there's like a way to do all four. I can do 3, I guess. Oh wait. If I... What if I get another... Do I have another? Wait, I might have another. Wait. Give me a second. 我的 Android 的 controller 不懂死去哪里了。I found it. think I fucked up the oh my god. I think I fucked up the thing. Did my stream die? I hope not. Because I think I touched my it's fine. Oh thank god. Because I touched my Ethernet cable and the cable is already like it's not very stable. It froze for a second in my end but didn't die. Oh thank god. Still good? Okay, thank goodness. I think I saw the light stops flickering for like a good like for a good few seconds. Okay, I have another controller here. I found it. Tracking stop for a minute. Oh yeah, tracking stop because I was out there like trying to get something. Right, 3 controllers. Well, 2 controllers, 1 keyboard. Right, does this work? But how do I press 3 at once? I only have 2 hands. Do I use my leg to press 1? Oh, oh wait, controller counts as like 2. How do I get more? 2 foot pedals? Because I pressed on the controller but nothing happened. So the controller count. I have the PS controller and it counts as my. It counts as my my Switch controller. They're like the same. Hi Brian. Why not just use Steam to bind controller sizes to your keyboard? I don't know. Is there a way to like play 4 in 1 keyboard? I don't have extra keyboard. Oh, Brian is doing it. I mean, I guess I'll just do 2. I feel like 2 is harder than 4. 4 is just all me, so it's a lot easier. 2 or 3, like 3 could be really hard, no? But let's do 2. Right, let's try once more. Okay, I'm gonna grab it like this. Okay. 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 We got this. The kobolds are so cute, though. Okay, I didn't forget this time. That works. It's very generous, it's very generous. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. I can't. My brain, it hurts. No, I wanna like, I wanna see if I can get to like 200 BPM, but that's gonna be like. Oh, did I not change to? Okay, there we go. It's definitely not because I want to look at more kobolds. Okay. I keep messing up. Okay. Okay. 110. They have shiny underbelly too, I just realized. Okay. It's getting kinda hard. $120. It's getting really fast. Okay. Oh, my brain hurts. Oh my god. I'm rushing. Okay. Okay. That's not me. Oh my god, it hurts. 29. Oh my, I've been squashed. And yep. Looking at 4 kobolds make me feel very happy. Okay, one last try. 130, let's go. Okay. I've been squished. Oh, my brain, it doesn't work. It's so difficult. Why? Wait, I want to try again. This is really fun though. Like playing 2 is really fun. I feel like playing 1 is like too easy, but playing 2 really like makes it harder. My control is the green one, and then my keyboard is the blue one. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, 140. Okay. 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 Oh, I almost forgot. It's so fast. Hi, Tikaka. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. my brain doesn't work anymore. Oh my god, it's so hard. This is so fun though. This is my favorite game so far. Holy shit. Oh, Tikaka is doing good. What the heck? This is so cute. I know, right? This is one of the mini games in Bits and Bobs. I'm playing as 2 kobolds here. I mean, supposedly it's like one keyboard for 1 kobold, but I'm playing it on a controller and a keyboard. So it's kind of it makes the game kind of hard, I would say, since I have to keep track of two rhythms. It makes the game so much funner. The kobolds bonking, yeah, the bongs. I love the bong. All right. Okay, okay. Okay. It's not me. That's not me. Oh, it's so tough. I want to get to 200. I'm gonna see if I can do it. It's so tough. Holy shit, it's so hard. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay. I almost forgot. Okay. Okay. 160. Okay. Jay, it's Jay. It's so tough. I want to try and get to 200. This is so fun though. And the donut. Oh my god. Oh, mouse. Oh, mouse works too. Wow. J space mouse. It's so cute. I know. It's so good. Have good bed, Joanna. Night, night. Okay. Okay. It's so messy. That is perfect. Okay. 170. Night, night. Okay. Oh my god, my brain. Wait, no. Jade. This is... I gotta be here for a bit. Okay. It's so generous. Not me, not me. No. It's still 170. I think just one more. Okay, got to 180. Okay. Oh, almost messed up. 180. Oh my god. Okay. 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 190. Okay. 200. No, it's so tough. But we got the 200 though. Hell yeah, the very fast bolts. Can we get a 300? I'll do this one next time, right? I'll maybe like once I finish the main thing, right? Then we come back here and try to get 300 or something. with 2 controllers, right? And with like 1 controller and 1 keyboard, because if it's just like me playing on 1 keyboard, it's like too easy. Because I just need to keep track of 1, and I don't think I'm gonna mess it up. Thai? Look, Tikaka, this dragon. A dragon statue. This is the best game ever. Oh. Hey, nice of you to say hi. I heard this place opened recently. I'm always keen to check out a new small business, even if some of those shelves are still empty. What about you? Yes, I love being the first to try something. No, I wait until the reviews are in. Actually, I kind of like to be the first to try something. If the things are not too expensive, then yeah. I can get behind that. Not every new little shop, song, or work of art is perfect. But the fact that someone made something for me to experience, that's wonderful in and of itself. Exactly. Dragon. If you create something for others to enjoy, you've earned my respect. I don't think I did. Did I? I don't know. Maybe? Question mark? Anyway, let's only the last few ones. I want more of this game. Alright, here we go. Oh. President Bird. Got protein pancakes. Whoa, nice. But, Mr. President, I have terrible news. A nebulous disaster is occurring. We need you to address the people, and fast. There's no time for details, just press J to repeat after me. Okay. I'm the bird. Oh. You got the cadence, now let's focus on the diction. To stress the point, press the hold K to prepare, then release to drive the point home. Oh wow. Oh. Okay, got it. You got it. I knew we could call you, sir. Now please hurry, the people are waiting. Oh, with President Bird. Ayo. Bird. So cute. Okay. Uh-huh. It's so cute. What's going on? think that's perfect. I think this is really cute. No, I love the bird. Bird cute. Oh, you hit all the right notes. Oh, I messed up. I don't even know where I messed up though. Oh no. It's okay. Amazing is still pretty cool. Look at the bird. Happy bird. That's a happy bird right there. Wow. Yay. We have more. Monkey and the Chinook. Oh my god, there's a Chinook. Oh, no one's here anymore. Oh no. Alright, let's play this one. I like the Chinook. Snake down. Snake down.
Hello.
Hmm?
And welcome.
Love a BVT? Oh, thank you. Welcome. What a great show today. Let's look at all this money we've made. Now it's almost bedtime and you still need to pack all my money away. Tap J to lock the coin into the box for safekeeping. And if you miss any, you'll be picking them up. Oh, meanie. Okay. This is far too slow. We'll never be done at this rate. See if you can handle 3 at a time. Make it snappy. Okay. Oh. The snake is so cute though. Oh my god. Your more is too cute. Oh, thank you. Here, have beans. Boop. What? Thank you. I made it on my own. Don't forget the gems. These are the most precious of all. The timing's tricky, so listen carefully, and don't you dare drop them. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I got it. That's it. Every last treasure is stored safely in my chest. Now I can finally rest after all this hard work. Okay. Your share? Who said you were getting paid? Yo, they're mean. Bite them, eat them. Oh hell yeah, let's go, monkey. Oh. The snake. Uh-oh. Oh, this tree? Oh, monkey? Monkey? Okay. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I missed. Yeah, that's what you get for not sharing. Haha. Oh, hell yeah. The snake. Who said crime doesn't pay? Okay. On this case, it does. On most cases, it doesn't. Okay, it's crazy. Yeah. Although I haven't been making model for a long time, which is kind of bad. I need to do more models. Heck yeah. With of money. I like this one. This is really cute. I mean, I like everything. Oh, it's you again. Oh, I know again. You look like a curious person. Time stations. Those can get complicated. But at their core, they're quite simple. Usually written as 2 numbers, and the top one tells you how to count the beats. If a song is a 4/4, you count to 4. 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4. If so is 3/4, you only count to 3. 1 2 3 1 2 3. With this one trick, you can count the beats in any song you come across. Yeah. But they never tell me about like what of 3 1 and 3 3. Sorry, 1 3 and 3 3, right? I know the 3 beats. The 3 beats can be really sexy sometimes. Most of the time, actually. The 5 beats is very unique though, right? But I don't know. I'm not good with like composing music or something like that. But whenever I hear like a different time signature than 4/4, it's always so special. Let's play more. I cannot believe it. I'm almost done with this game. I cannot believe it. No. Oh, tea party. Tentacles? We're short-staffed today. We need all hands on deck. Wait for the teacup to settle, then press and hold K to pour tea. Okay. All good things come to an end eventually. Yeah, that's sad, but yeah. Careful not to spill a drop. Oh my god. What? What? No? Oh, okay. Okay, this sound cue. Okay. Gonna head to clean soon, no? D&D today. Have a good luck cleaning and have a fun D&D, Tikaka. One more thing, if a customer wants sugar, give them 3 cubes. Tap J 3 times to sweeten the tea. Okay. Lovely, now get out there and set up shop. Okay, this is kind of hard, I feel like, this one. Okay. Okay. Yo, so much sugar? Oh shit. Not enough? Oh my god, you're drinking sugar. What the heck? Mister, stop. Stop. Oh my god. Oh my god. That guy's just drinking sugar. Valid. You know what? Valid. I love unlimited teapot. Hell yeah, tea. That gentleman had 24 sugar cubes, I think. What a pleasant afternoon. Sold out? Heck yeah. Oh, I missed them. I think I messed up once. I think I saw that. Have a good night, Tikaka. Thanks again. I love that one. That was really fun. Oh, not a single perfect on the last row. Oh, it's Poodly. Oh, hey, you're back. Yeah, I'm still drawing. It's a lifestyle. Hey, have you met this guy? His name is Mr. Farrakey. Right, yeah, the anxious one. He's always so worried. About what? Video games? Surely it's not just that. I hope Mr. Farrakey is doing alright. Maybe I should give him a call. You should. Call someone, especially during this season, right? Like, people might be going through depressive episodes. Especially during winter, even though there's no winter here. You know, Malaysia has no winter, but hey, it happens. Check on your friends sometimes. It's nice. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Alright, potentially... Is this the last one? No, there's gotta be one more mixtape, right? So, yeah. Globetrotters. Trotters? Hi. It's time for an interplanetary adventure. And first things first, we always march in step. Tap J to march. Ready? On 3. Oh. It's the end. Great, you've got it. Here's where it gets tricky. When you hear the high notes, that's your cue to planet hop. Match the sound of the cue with your steps, then keep stepping on the off beats. What? We can't stay up there forever though. When you hear the low notes, that's your cue to planet hop back down again. Don't worry, just follow us. Okay, I'll try. I don't understand. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, that one was really hard. Oh my god, okay. So only one button. I thought the planet hop has to be like a different button, but no, I was wrong. Just keep those rhythms in your head and you can go anywhere, okay? That's really tough. I feel like I'm gonna mess up this one a lot. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So many things happening. Oh my god, the timing, it's so hard. You're a world-class traveler? Thank you, game, even though I messed up like so hard, but thank you, game. This game is honestly so generous. This game is just a good time, okay? This game offers just a good time. I love it. Well, no perfect, but we take those. Well, if it isn't another mixtape. I'm a little worried about this one, it looks dangerous. Good thing you're here to take care of it for us. Sure, game. Hi, it's you again. Hello, I came here to look for other performers. I have a little big crowds. Spotlight. No, it's not for me. That's okay. You can enjoy being part of the audience instead. I will be nothing without my audience. True. I'm so grateful people come to watch me sing. I can say the same, right? I'm nothing without my audience, so yeah. Anyway, I have the last mixtape. I cannot believe it's the last one. Why is it the last one already? Me. Uh-oh. Oh, President Bird. Oh god, President Bird. Okay, that was really weird. Who's drinking tea? Okay. 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 More sugar. There's Shinik. This one is pretty difficult, but I got it though. I charged to the blaze. That's still amazing. This game is such a good time, holy shit. This game offers a big good time. I love it so much, holy shit. That's all. I think that's everything. You cleared the last mixtape. That's amazing. I just knew you'd be able to handle it. Well, that's it. You completed absolutely everything we have to offer. Unless I'm forgetting something. Tell me more about it. Are you forgetting something? Oh. Hi. Hey, nice to see you again. I find this super relaxing. What do you do to relax? Something that requires... I'm still gonna say this, but I want to see what this says. Something that captures all my attention. Good thinking. While you are really focused on something, the stresses in your life fade away. Of course you can't ignore them forever, but it sure is nice to take a break. I like that we both take relaxation seriously. Hello. Hi again. The new minigame should be arriving any minute now. Please head over to the game corner while you wait. If you get stuck, remember to ring the bell. By the way, Bit said that she's fixed the computer. Hooray! I should hope nobody breaks it again. Yeah, I hope not. You got mail. Nice. Ocean mixtape. Complete the powerful Ocean mixtape. Got a pin. Forge every available item. Oh. Souvenir. President Beard. We have a treasure chest. Oh, sneak down. Right. And the teacup. Octipati. And the souvenir. The globe. Globetrotters. And then we have another souvenir. Ooh. Fire mixtape. Complete the blazing hot fire mixtape. Wow, nice. Come back to check your mail anytime. Looks like I don't have any mail right now. Check back again soon. I got everything. Help me with this minigame? What does that mean, help me with this minigame? I just want to ring the bell. Wow, that's really annoying. Is there more game? Is there something you're not telling me? Alright, what's this minigame? Press J to clap? Clap at slow, consistent pace. Try going a lot slower. Use speed to bring the audience along with you. What does that mean? That's so clever. Thank you. Press J for another encore. Press the second to beat the traffic. Beat the traffic? Oh, did I mess up something? Is it supposed to show something? Oh, did I skip it by mistake? Oh no. Sorry, game. Alright, let's do it again. I might have missed. I might have skipped the some things. Okay, I'm stopping. Woo! Woo! Oh, it just shows a little bit. Oh, okay. Beat the traffic. How do I beat the traffic? Do I just press like quit? I'll do one more time. Oh my god, food! Oh my god, food! Escape to beat the traffic. Okay, I'm gonna quit. Great news, the new... Ooh! There's more! The new minigames arrived? Wait a minute, we weren't expecting a delivery. Uh-oh. There's more! Oh my god, there's more! Yo! We got more! Holy shit! Final mixtape? Let's go! What is this? Oh, it's everything in the game, I'm pretty sure. Okay, okay. Uh-oh. This is like the cutest one. I still remember. Okay. Okay. Was that a broken finger? Okay. Okay. That's it? No more explosion? Ooh, that's it! Oh, that's so cool! Oh my god. Nothing can hold you back. We are the heckin' best. Oh my god. Thank you for playing Bits and Bobs. 2,590 hits. Almost 47, missed 38. They do have the results, but only shown here. Interesting choice. Okay, okay. So that's all the Bits and Bobs? Oh my gosh, that was incredible! The style, the moves, the flair. You prove yourself in every single minigame. And just in time too, since we're about to close for the day. Thank you for visiting Bits and Bobs. I hope we see you again soon. Oh, that's it? I wanna play more. It's so fucking good. Oh, the 40 ringgit well fucking band. Oh my god, this is the best game ever. It's so fucking good. Oh my god. Everything is so well done. Holy shit. Nice, Sola. Kobo streaking so much. I had to. There's dragons here. Hope you're doing good, Sola. Whoever keeps ringing the bell. you put that in, I saw. Alright. I'm not the one that broke the computer. No one saw, it's fine. I might keep ringing the bell though. Oh, that's it. No, I wanna play more. I want more. Hey! Oh, it must be the customer Bob told me about. Welcome back. Play again, I wasn't watching. Okay. Bob's away at the moment, so I'll be looking after the counter for a while. By the way, I'm Bit. I'm the one who keeps things running around here. Just so you know, it might be a while before we get any more minigames. Besides, we don't find any more shelf space left. I told Bob we didn't have room for that final mixtape, but he didn't listen. Anyway, if you're looking for advice on where to go from here, just ask. Do you really need to ring that? I'm right here. Yes, it works. There's only check again. If you keep ringing it, I'm just going to ignore you. Sure. Wow, that is extremely annoying. I want to compare high scores? How'd you go? Let's see here. Amazing, huh? Nice work. Scoring well on those levels back to back takes focus. You should be proud. Well, I just improved my personal best to perfect. Think you can beat that? Ooh. Some mail right for you, and I've been dying to know what's inside. Final mixtape. Achieve a cool result or better on all minigames. Oh, okay. Altogether amazing. Achieve an amazing result for on all minigames. Okay. You don't have to. I'll be in and out. Well, I'll play more since and like the time is a little bit awkward here, and I don't think I'm gonna go Valheim right now because it's already 5 PM. So I'll just play this game a little bit more because why not, right? Got the record, got the credits. Thanks for collecting your packages. We're running pretty short on space around here. Saltwater aquarium. Hi, I'm Runas. I was out walking and I wandered in here when I saw games through the window. You look like a fun person. What do you do when you're bored? Set things on You know, when I'm bored, I just casually set things on fire. You know, the usual, the casual. Just setting things on fire. Set things on fire. Huh? No way. Me too. I knew it. Be careful out there. Thanks. You be careful too. Setting things on fire is fun, but gotta be careful still. Credits, intro. I want to play this again. I want to get to 300. Alright, let's try again, because why not? Okay, we're playing as KOBOLDS. Alright, here we go. Wait, it's 180. No, it was 200, right? Yeah, I was at 200. Morning, Peter. Welcome, Dragon. Alright, here we go. It's so fast. It's so fast, man. I wasn't even ready. Oh my god. No way! I don't think I can go to 300. This is so fucking fast. Oh my god. Oh, I forgot to mention how this game is played. Okay. Okay. Okay, so there's 4 kobolds, right? I'm playing as these two. So this is my keyboard, this is my controller, right? And then we have to press accordingly to clockwise. Yeah, clockwise, and then have to follow the rhythm. Something like that. Yeah. And Cowboy Addiction +1. Thank you, Peter. 75. Oh my god. I love hammering it around like that. When you can do it right, it genuinely makes you feel so powerful. I know, right? Whenever there's like especially when there's 4 kobolds doing this, it's so adorable. Hammers Ixen around. Hey, I don't mind getting hammered by 4 dragons. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Don't worry about it. Okay. 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 Oh, 210. Oh my god. It's yellow, it's not me, not me. I was being like forging and driving fence posts or staking down towers, but sure. Don't worry about it. You can put cowboy in middle and everything will be good. Wait, no. Alright, 210. 210. Let's do it. No, wait, it's yellow, it's yellow. We managed to craft 1 whole item, that's great. Okay. Jay. Heck yeah, look at all those faces. You know, I like blushing a lot, but I also like making dragons blush. Means I'm doing something right. Okay. I'm gonna see. The timing, god damn it. I want to sneeze, but I also need to keep track of the rhythm. Sneezing bucket, Kobo dying on stream, the bucket that makes you die. No, Kobo is fine, Kobo is not dying. Hi Jameson. Thanks for watching. Pet Kobo Snoot. Oh my god, please, please pet my Snoot more. Right, let's try again. I feel like we can get to 250 at least. Okay. 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 Oh dude, I forgot! Ah, there's one more! I did some Terraria with friends and oh my fucking god, what this company buff Empress and I'll fly to stupid levels. Oh, I don't know what that is, but that doesn't sound like a good time. Is this for multiplayer or something? This could be multiplayer, yeah. But I feel like there's only local multiplayer, question mark? I'm playing as 2 kobolds here, so that's why it's a lot harder. I'm playing as the green and blue one. Oh, okay, okay. Okay. I double J! So this is the keyboard. This is the controller. So I'm controlling these 2 kobolds right here. That's why it's a little harder. Okay. Oh my god. 210, 220. Oh, I did green! Green! I forgot about green. Every local multiplayer can be online multiplayer if you chew the right wires. Well, I don't know which wire to chew. I always just bite all of them at once. I feel like I have strong snoot. I might be able to do that. 220. Okay. Can we get to like 250? You get a nibble and taste them. They are kind of tingly, you know. They have the sparky, tingly feeling on my tongue. I don't like it. Oh wait, that's 210. Two 220. Okay, there we go. Get a nibble. I'm being nibble. Okay. Oh, this one is so hard. Okay, 220. Nibble. I'm being nibbled. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Your brain. My brain. 250. I got it. I need to go to 250. Okay. Okay. Actually, we just do it. Oh. At least you get to 260. Oh, that's the most we've crafted. 31. I'm the best. Holy shit. Maybe 300 is possible. You know, maybe 300 is possible. Because I feel like towards the end, like when it's so fast, I could just do like the normal 4/4 beat without having to worry much. I just need to press it. You know, let's give it a try. Just do 0/4 beat. All normal beat. It kind of works. Okay. Oh, too fast. Maybe it's possible. I'm not really listening to the tempo anymore. Let's go to 300. Okay, no, this is really hard though. Oh, yeah, green. Green. Why is this the funnest one of all? Okay. Okay. This it's so tough, holy shit. Holy shit. I cannot keep up. 280. I want to get a 300. The sacred 300. Blue. It starts with blue. No. This is so... I want to get to the sacred 300. I want the 300. Ah. Okay. Oh, green! It's so fast, but I'm so close, just 10 more BPM. I forgot the timing. I forgot. Green! Oh my god, it's so tough. Just 10 more. Hey, we got the 300. We got the 300. Even though I kind of cheated towards the end, but we got the 300. Heck yeah. Have you been the whole time? No, I finished the game and now I'm back here trying to get to 300, and I did. You're awesome. Oh. And comic is awesome. Also, welcome. This is like the funnest minigame of all. I mean, sure, we have the... with this one as well. This one hurts my hand though. Press K once everyone has joined. What if I play one player? Press K if you want me to join you. Okay, let's cheat. This one I already got the I already got the thing, right? I got the thing, I got the achievement, right? I got the achievement. Who's that? Who's that? Why is that? Why is there a woo face going on? I never seen that before. Why is that so scary? Oh no, why is that so scary? I want to cheat. No, it's not that I want to cheat. I want to be fast. Oh. So should we try perfecting everything? How exactly do you cheat? Well, I have a controller here that can also control the game, and I also have a keyboard. So that was just me. This is 2me running. This is the most fun one though. Like, this minigame is like the best one ever. This one is funny though, this one. I think I can try to perfect most of these. I mean, I like this one though. Let's play this one. Skip tutorial. So high pitch, 1 beat. Almost integrated it. Okay, I think that's perfect, right? Unless this will make me not perfect. Yeah, there we go. Food is cooked to perfection. I'm the best. Oh my god. I think this is the hard one, but this is also like mega adorable. Let's play this one. Also, this construction going on outside. Oh my god. That's me. And the bird one, despite being really simple. Yeah, the bird is so adorable. Okay. Oh, I messed up. Oh, I messed up last one. Oh, not the last one, but almost so close. Ah, yeah, this one is really tough. I feel like there's like a lot of like a visual stacking going on, so it's like really tough. Ah, they were so close. I missed one. It's okay. Let's play the other one. The bird is so adorable. Oh yeah, the gator! I love the gator. Oh yeah, let's unlock some weird... Let's unlock some flavor text. Nibble combo more? Uh-oh. I'm being nibbled. I love this one. Oh my god, look at the gator! I love the gator. I want to see if I can unlock flavor text. You didn't leave a crumb? Oh, it's the same. This one doesn't have a different... Oh my god, I got arch muffin! Kobo is tasty. Be careful or you eat the whole kobo. I don't want to get eaten. Well, oh, I'm being I'm being praised. Oh my god. I got muffin. Oh, maybe you can eat it. I'll allow that. Lick kobold? A licking is fine. Muffin. Which one will have flavor text? My hand. Foot. My hand. I think that was so cool though. Uh-oh. I wasn't looking to throw hands. I wasn't looking to throw hands. It's crazy. Are we gonna fight or what? I mean, this one cannot spam. Oh, I should try to lose everything. Like, if I lose everything, I want to see the flavor text as well. Then let's. It's kind of sad that I don't get to feed the gator though, but I'm sure the gator understands. Just this once that I won't feed the gator properly. Look at the pink gator. What does it say? Oh no! This is so sad. At least you won't have to worry about cavities. No. I'm sorry, gator. This makes me sad now. No, the gator is supposed to eat. No, the gator was so sad. Okay, I'm actually gonna cry. Oh my god, that was so mean. I whipped every single one. Oh my god, that makes me cry. Oh my god. All right, time to break everything here. This is my villainous arc. I'm gonna go offbeat. All right. They're so angry. They're so angry. Don't. One's super angry, one's just shocked. Run! Go faster! Yeah, I'm the best ant ever! Alright, what do we have? What do we have? Oh no! Perhaps we should order in! Perhaps we should order in. We should just Food Panda instead. Oh. We've seen this one. We haven't seen this one. I haven't got the perfect on this one. We've seen this one, right? Oh, I want to make everyone fall. Let's do this one. Hi, Has. Omega couple. Welcome. Alright, watch me fail spectacularly. It's skip beat, right? This one, but I don't know. I got it on beat. Oh no! Someone teach me how to skate. Help! Is this game good? Super fucking good, actually. Why is this so funny? Mel Bruce's the bear eats so much ice. Mel Bruce and bear. Oh my god. This is so stupid. Oh my god. Look at us. We are such a menace here. It's a miracle they're not falling. No one's falling. Oh. I love how the purple bear is just like, are you okay? That's very... I'm falling. But there's still love in the air. Oh no! I think we got off on the wrong foot. Yeah, sure. Definitely. You know, there's definitely not, you know, a kobold trying to control the bear and actually made of bruises now. Oh my god. Yeah, I highly recommend this game. I finished this game already, and holy shit, this game is so fucking good. And not only that, the game has kobolds in there. Here, let me show you for a brief moment. I still want to play as 2 kobolds because why not? Press J to grab a hammer. Hiya! And then my other controller... Hiya! Okay, there we go. You get to play as a kobold. Oh, 4 kobolds actually. Let's do a normal one, right? We start from 80, right? We start from 100 BPM, so it's like, makes sense. So, I'm the green and blue one. This is how the game is supposed to be. We're the best. Okay. Hell yeah. Then 110. What, kobolds? Why was I not informed? Well, now you are. Although this is just one minigame though. But this is such a cute minigame. Okay. This is so rare, I never see kobolds in video games. I know, right? Rare moment of kobolds in game. $120. Actually very generous, right? Okay. $130. Most messed up. $140. I should do like, let me show you 300, which is what I was doing. I was just like, I was trying to get to 300 and I did it. Like, so this is 300 BPM. I don't think I can get even like 3. Alright, here we go. Oh, oh my god. It's so stupid, I love it. Oh, blue. But yeah, this is the minigame about kobolds. Fastest kobold in the West. Yeah, they're super duper fast, holy shit. Oh, how about this one? What if I just miss everything? Oh, this is gonna be so depressing though. There will be no fireworks. Imagine no fireworks? Oh my god, it's gonna be so sad. What if just spam? What if just spam? Wait, this is actually kind of nice though. My ears are bleeding. It's okay, just bear with me. Oh, this is actually kind of nice. Have you seen a firework like this? I mean, I would see that. I'm spamming. Actually, I can spam like this. More. 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 I can spam my mouse. More. More. Where's my mouse actually? Oh, okay, my mouse is there. Okay, alright. Okay. This is the best fireworks show in Malaysia. Watch this. My hand hurts. Yeah, my hand. Hell yeah. We're the best. We're the best. How was this fireworks show? Oh no! There was a bit of a fizzer. I burned someone. Oh no. Well, not my problem. That's what you get for letting a kobold do the job, you know. It just kind of happens, right? It just kind of happens. Now we know the jackhammer. I want to try to perfect this one. I want to try to perfect this one. I already forgot how this one works.
1, 2.
I'm the right one. Okay.
1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, I pressed too early. Can I restart? I'm gonna restart. I'm gonna restart. I'm gonna restart because I messed up. No. I'm gonna try getting a perfect on this one.
1, 2.
I forgot. I forgot the honk is to break.
1, 2.
Oh my god. Restrict. Okay.
1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Uh-oh. Wait.
1, 2.
I couldn't hear. Give me a second.
1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
Wait. Okay, I got it. I think that's perfect. I think that's perfect. Oh my god. Oh man. I couldn't ask for a better partner. Let's go. Let's go. We got a perfect. Okay, okay. And thanks for the raid, Cobalt Gold. Sorry about that. I was trying to get it perfect, so I couldn't say anything. While we are playing, thanks for the raid. Valkyria Chronicles 4. Well, I hope that was fun. Welcome in. Hope you are doing good. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love funny games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. For some arc raiders. At the end. Alright, alright. Hopefully the stream was really fun. Thanks again for the raid. I just finished up this game and now I'm just trying to like find everything about this game, I guess. I want to try to perfect everything. I mean, I want to look at the snake, so let's play this one. We're gonna change the stream. It's okay. That you know what? That happens to me as well. This one is really hard though. This one, but snake. So snake perfect. We love snake. Let's try hard. Like, let's try hard. Okay. Oh, it's tree. It's okay, we practice. I think I missed another one in there. I heard that. I'm surprised KOBOLDS doesn't do Friday Night Funkin' if this is your vibe. I played Friday Night Funkin' for months and I'm still playing it. And I'm the one that introduced Celeste with the Friday Night Funkin' versus Retrospector Part 2. I'm still playing that mod because it's so fucking good. Only played that one though, and the previous version of versus Retrospector. So yeah, I play Friday Night Funkin' and I really love their music. It might be a little bit embarrassing, but I'm still listening to... Okay, look, I'm just gonna show you something. I have a playlist of my favorite music in Friday Night Funkin'. I listen to it daily. I just want to get it out there because it's like, it's so embarrassing, but I also kind of want to just like show that, you know, like maybe I'm the weird one who likes Friday Night Funkin' music. Oh, sorry, let me get it back. There, this one. Give me a second. Anatoro, hi. Wait, I will drink real quick. Okay. This is the playlist that I made. Like my favorite Friday night funkin' music. Well, not the one down there until here, right? My favorite ones. It's a little bit of an embarrassing thing to admit, but yeah. I really love their music. It's so fucking good. So yeah. I love Friday Night Funkin' a lot. Evening Hanatoro. Evening? Evening? Wait, are you from Southeast Asia? Perhaps you're from Southeast Asia? Ooh. I mean, it is evening now. It's like, it's almost 6 p.m. Yeah. Well, we didn't get it perfect, but let's make some tea. Let's make some tea. This one is really fun as well. I mean, most of the game, like, entirely is really fun, so very, very nice. Getting to bed, very good stream. Thank you, comic. Have good evening. Oh, this is diabetes. Oh my god, it's just sugar. Jaxigon, hi. Why are you controlling? I'm controlling the tentacles. Oh my god. I think that's perfect. Okay, that's perfect. That's perfect. Okay. Very nice. Very easy. We love it. Let's hold out. Perfect to the last drop. Let's go. We are the best. I think the one gonna struggle the most is gonna be this one. The intergalactic like thing. Oh, this is the President Bird. Yeah, let's play President Bird. I'm skipping the tutorial of everything because I already saw them, yeah. I know how the game is played now, so I'll be skipping the tutorials. I'm controlling the bird, essentially, yeah. Oh, was it late? Still messed up that one particular part. I guess I didn't really understood the timing there. But yeah, I keep missing that one part. What if I try this one and see if there's like a flavor text to it? I think this one could have had a flavor text. Let's give it a try. I mean, sure, I could fail everything, you know? I could, but after failing that Sweet Tooth Gator one, it makes me sad. It makes me sad. Alright, let's spam this one. Oh. I'm the snake. Give me the money, give me the money. Give me the money. I'm the snake, give me the money. Come on, give me the money. I'm spamming, I'm spamming. Oh, I got one. Am I gonna get like 2? I mean, I have 1. The snake is so cute now, look at it. What if I just like... I'm looking at you. Dude, snake, I know, right? The blab is so big as well. Look at that blab. The biggest snake blab. Oh, I got one. I got another one. Oh, I got another one. Whoa, holy shit. Oh. My hand. My hand. I'm getting a cramp. Whoa. Okay. I'm Schnick. Bye bye. Wow. Wow. Uh-oh. You're not getting paid per appearance? Oh no. The Schnick. The sad Schnick. Which one would I try to get like a perfect? I mean, this one is very easy though, but let's try the mixtape. See if I can perfect a mixtape. Let's do it. It's okay, combo pals are fine. Pineapple Gator. Okay, we got a perfect on the first mixtape. Okay, we got it. I've returned from nap. Oh, welcome back, Chip. I'm the king of the jungle. This game is so fucking good. I want more. Hi, Merp. It's the Tira. Oh my god, it's the couple. Welcome, Merp. Oh, Merp is doing roll-tastic. Heckin' yip. The dealer then this year is worse. Why? I mean, didn't they put it at Sheraton Hotel? So is it gonna be worse there? I am. Yip. Heck yeah, yip. Heckin' yip. Alright, I want to try perfecting this one, but this one is really tough. My friend lined up for 1.5 hours is insane. If that's the case, then would I even want to go to Ferrum next year? I don't know. I guess if I go to Ferrum, I would not want to go to Dealer's Den or something like that anymore. If I go to Ferrum, it's probably just gonna be me like hanging out with other friends, I guess. Yeah. Yep. You go tomorrow? I want to play Kobold again. Come on, let's go insane. Here we go. This is my favorite mini game because I get to play as a couple. I'm playing controller and keyboard. That's what's happening. I can just go Kobold. I can. I totally can. Hi, Wallflower. Alright, let's do 300. Can we get 350 though?
Yep.
Oh, bro! It's so fast. It's so fast. 300 BPM is too fast. The gravy one you're not going also? Probably not. Most likely not. Nah, I'm doing 300. It's fine. So we have to hammer according to the timing and the music. Yeah, something like that. Oh, yellow. 300. I'm just hammering. I found the cheat code. I found the cheat code. Oh, I forgot. My brain stopped working. Holy shit. Oh, we can get to 400 because I found the cheat code. I mean, like fast might be easier than slow actually. Alright, 330. Works just fine, I know, right? Oh, I will send you a gold medal if you beat the jump rope game in Final Fantasy IX, but I never play Final Fantasy games at all, no? I don't think I can just access that jump rope minigame. The 400 is like 7 beats per second. I got this. Green. Green. I forgot. Wait, it's from Edition 4 beats? Yeah? Very early in the game, you can play a jump rope minigame. You have to do 1,000 jumps to unlock achievement, and the rhythm changes you play. It's insane that I was able to beat it. 1,000 jump takes too long though. Hi, Jan. Alright, 340. Oh. Okay, actually having 2 AI is very OP. They know their rhythm 100%, right? Even though I'm late, they will still be on time. So, yeah, a computer OP. Let's go. Well, that's 350. Okay. I like Kobold game is like the best, but let's try something else. Oh, it's getting dark. Oh, I guess I'll play just a little bit more then. Which one is fun? I really like the snake one. I feel like I can just perfect this one and I'll be happy. But this one is also really adorable though. Let's play this one. This one is kind of tough for me. I feel like this one, personally, I feel like this one is like the hardest one in the entire game. Yeah. The second one would be the intergalactic, like, march. That's me. Ah, I'm the one then. Okay. 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 Oh, my camera is not working anymore. Okay, give me a second. I need to go open up the lights. You became one with the rhythm. I'm the best. I focused. Yeah, I was focusing really hard. Give me a second. I'm gonna go open up the lights. I'm back. Let's play a little bit more. Ayo. Nice. Maybe I could try perfecting this one. Then we have a row of perfects. That will be our first row. Let's do it. Let's give it a try. I got messed up by that. Okay. We got it. We got it. That's perfect. That's perfect. That has to be perfect, I think. Yo, let's go. Okay. Maybe I'm good at rhythm games. Holy shit. Okay. Nah, I lied. Maybe I'm not. Yeah. Heck yeah. No, that's our first row of perfects. Do I try this one? Why not? Maybe I can perfect all the mixtapes. This one is really hard though. There's a lot of like triplets in here. I already messed up. First note of the entire mixtape messed up. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Oops. That last part was tough. Yeah, that last part was tough. This one is tough. This one is hard. This one is kind of difficult though. Chat, I'm kind of hungry, chat. I don't know why I'm so hungry today. Oh my god! Look, I ate good lunch though, and I ate lunch a little bit later today. That's why I'm also kind of slow today as well. But I'm so hungry. Do we play one more final mixtape? Let's play final mixtape. One more final mixtape, and then I'm gonna go get food then. And I'm probably just gonna play this game off stream then. And then we continue Valheim tomorrow. Wow. Oh, I'm not trying to get perfect here. Okay. Welcome back, Kikaka. Oh my god. I missed the beat. Oh my god, that was so stupid. Oh my god. Sorry. Okay, there we go. Nice. Yippee, thank you for my nice black pants I've saved when the guest comes over. Just stuck my pants on the bottom shelf of my closet, and can you guess what my cat has apparently taken the habit of napping in? It's the cat's pants. Ooh. You made it through a whole store. I got a coup because I got a coup because of that end part. Yeah. One more time. That end part was so weird. They have so much cat hair on them. The once black pants are now grey. Oh, that's a lot. One more time. One more time. Oh no! It's okay. Now we can relax. That was hard. Just extra warmth. I like it with little tape rollers. Nothing can hold you back. Getting this perfect is really hard. There's the ant one and there's the end one, and there's also the intergalactic one. This one is so difficult, holy shit. But yeah, the game is really fun. It's so good. I'm so hungry, but I want to play. Okay, one more snake, one more snake. Hi, Coconut. What? Oh my god. Hi. Welcome. We want money. I forgot it's one beat after. Hi, I'm the snake. Whoa, whoa. I want to perfect this one. I looked away, I looked away. I cannot look away, I cannot look away. Don't look away, I'm a snake. Snake, 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 snake. Okay, that's perfect. That's perfect. Okay, 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 okay. Enough sitting down, back to cleaning. Good luck with more cleaning, Tikaka. Thanks for the luck. You've earned every penny? Very nice. We got that perfect. What? I'm gonna drink it. And you're spoiling the bucket. No. Oh my god, oh my god. I'm being spoiled by Takan, oh my god. Well, I guess that's it for today. I'm also very hungry, so it was a short game, but it was extremely enjoyable.
Boop.
What?
Boop, boop.
What? Oh. I need to get that right. Okay, I'll do it. Let me open up the music real quick. I was listening to... Oh yeah, I was listening to the Mario Kart World music. This one. I want to start from this one. Last kobold? No, there's gonna be more mini kobolds still. Kobold. Alright, let me... Oh yeah, get that thing. I need space. I mean, I can easily get a lot of space now because my chair is not obscenely huge. I'm just using a plastic chair now, so it's a lot easier. Alright, let's do it. My leg. Ay. Get stared at. Okay. Let's look for red at target. I mean, I'm trying to catch my breath, but also I'm not too sure who to raid. I guess I haven't raided Jester in a while. Jester is nice. I like lurking at Jester's channel. Oh. I gotta... Wait, there's quite a few... There's quite a few comments on my Friday Night Funkin' video on YouTube. How is it doing, actually? I'm getting a bunch of comments now. Is a lot of people watching that video? No way, right? Huh? How the fuck does that video has 1k, 1.2k views? What? I mean, I didn't expect that. Usually my video on YouTube is just like an archive of my VODs and that's pretty much it. No wonder I'm getting a bunch of like comments on my YouTube. It's like, oh, I wonder what's going on. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the title that I put was kind of clickbaity, so that could be on me. I mean, this is the one that I have. This is the one, right? This is the best FNF mod ever, so maybe that is like a little bit clickbaity. Maybe that's why. Like, it's the first time, like, look at the views, it's like all single digits and then suddenly boom. What the heck? I mean, I didn't expect that. Because honestly, I just put... I just honestly just... I put my videos onto YouTube and... It's basically like an archive of my VODs. Oh, Sun is doing... Oh, KOBOLDS Story is doing good. Masato Wilds, The Star of Valheim. At this new update. What was the upgrade the Chinese or YouTube channel? I guess. That's a lot of YouTube. Stuck caps lock gets more views, allegedly. I could try. Do I want to try that? I mean, it feels kind of like clickbaity and like I don't really like it. Also, what the fuck? Warframe dev really not beating the music studio that happens to make a game allegations. Listen to the thing I just sent you. Nintendo Con, Lullaby of the Manifold, official music video? I mean, it's a video game music, it should be fine, right? This is video game music, allegedly. Is it bad or is it good? Give me a second. Oh, yeah. I cannot pause. Okay, then. Okay, wait now. I'm gonna pause this one. It's not fine, it's absolutely absurdly good. Oh. This is what I'm looking at. Oh, this is 4 months ago. What is Warframe about? Like, I never played Warframe. I listen to this, I feel like we're fighting against God or something. Like this is a preparation to the fight against God or something like that. I don't know. What is Warframe about at this point? I mean, I never played it, so I have no idea. I should ask Narex about it. I think Narex knows a lot about Warframe. It's like, what is Warframe about? Because whenever I think of Warframe, it's like those MMOs? Question mark? MMO? Oh, Destiny, right? Something like Destiny too. 50% power fantasy simulator where you move like a rabbit on crack. 50% emotional examination of death. Life, rebirth, brotherhood, war. Warframe is so weird. Yeah, Warframe sounds very weird. It's a looter shooter at its most basic, but it has tons of very extra off-genre features, and the story is very convoluted. But basically, you play in a post-apocalyptic solar system haunted by the ghosts of the past, and something very spooky. Oh, okay. I guess the music does make sense then. Yeah, it's an absolutely off-the-chain OST. Is Warframe on Nintendo Switch? How is it in Nintendo Switch? You want Chain Gang songs? Got that. Still Takes Lullabies? Got that now apparently. It is. Holy shit. I mean, so best thumbnail. Panda. Stretched. Absolutely sick Japanese trap remix song. Let me send you. But it's also a closed beta for Android, and it already exists for iPhone. I feel like the phone's gonna explode playing Warframe, no? I mean, it feels like it's gonna explode. Like my PC can hardly handle Warframe, I think. Insert this one. Music teaser. Oh, encoding overloaded. Wait, oh shit. I should play this on 144 so that my PC doesn't explode. Okay, there we go. No more encoding overloaded. Thank you. Thank you very much. Because of how white everything is. Does it have like a video? Oh my god. 4 minutes. This is just... Oh, this is just this. Okay then. Killing Instinct? Konotoki Omae Teita? I've been waiting for this moment. Oh! What's going on? What's with that? What's with the we're waiting for this moment? What does that mean? I know your fate? Omae wa unmei o shiteiru? Okay. This is reminding me of Killing Instinct Hisako's theme. I didn't understand that. I'm not Japanese, I'm Chinese. Is this like a boss fight music? Upcoming Komei and the Five Fates Tenno? This video does have the lyrics in English translation and the full captions. Oh. Good night, night, Brecky. It's about a Warframe called Komei, and her shtick is dice and fate and stuff. But she doesn't have that much lore. Oh. Oh, you're right. Konotoki. Oh, I was right. We have waited for this moment, we know your fate. Nigemichi wa nai. Oh, Nigemichi wa nai. Oh. It's kinda cool. As a Killing Instinct player, this is very Hisako-esque. I love it. Although Hisako has less techno but more rock and slower, right? We're gonna raid Jester. I almost pressed the wrong button. Why would I want to press that stop streaming button? Okay. Well, while this intense music is playing, let me plug my things real quick here. I have coffee. And coffee helps. Coffee nice. There's a monthly subscription if you want to help more. If you fancy helping more, that is, right? And I can summon Bert. Hey Bernie! Hey Bernie!
I'm once again asking for your financial support.
Wow, Bernie. Slightly, okay, there we go. But yeah, DE, the Warframe Dev Company, is definitely not a music studio, they swear. Are they not a music studio? Very dedicated Bernie, yeah, even though even though I had the music too loud, but then Bernie is like, nah, I got this. I'm getting praised, oh my goodness. Okay, there we go. And I also have a Discord channel. I don't know how to type. Boom. Discord. I announced my stream stuff there in Dragon Simping Corner. Good. They're generally a video game dev studio that just happens to drop OSTs like this on a regular basis now. Well, good on them. Maybe with the good music, they can pull more people to play Warframe. Only a dragon can pull me in now, so. And rate message. And ask for please. There's a frame, no, it's a dragon frame. How does it look? Warframe dragon frame. Chroma, the new dragon frame? Chroma? It's called Chroma? I'm being led to Imgur. Oh. Wait, is that like a... Is there no like showcase? I don't... I mean, I only seen this. If that's more, then I guess it's alright. It's kind of Valhazak-esque-ish. Kind of. A dragon, maybe? I mean, I don't really have like... visuals of the entire thing. I only got this picture, and then these, I don't even know if this is it. It says Drakon, I don't think it is. This is also Drakon, right? So it's not it. Warframe... Okay, let me search for... Roma. This one? There's the dragon. The wiki link I sent you is the default and prime variant. Oh, okay. No claws, weird feet. Don't know if these are scales. Cannot understand the face structure. I don't know. Oh, oops, I didn't mean to close that. I'm here judging. That's the default variant. Prime, right? Claws, okay. Nice feet claws as well, okay. What's happening? Apparently there's like a dragon thing in Warframe. Chroma. And I'm now looking at it. This one doesn't really have a dragon facial structure. I was introducing Kobold to Warframe's Absurd OST, now we're trying to temper into actually playing. This is looking bleak. I don't think I will play Warframe with this. I mean, looking at these is one thing, but I don't think I can get this easy. Unless I can get it from the start, then maybe? Wukong? Warframes generally don't have faces. They can use Dragoon head with any Dragoon. Head. Are you the one? The non-prime version isn't too hard to get, I think. Dracoon looks like gun. Are you Dracoon? Draghead? Oh. Isn't this just Chroma? Yeah, this is just Chroma, the one that we looked at before. Yeah. Chroma variant head? Oh. It's not vaulted because it's a default version, but it's a lot harder to assemble than the Prime variant because you need parts of a lot of other Warframes. Chaos with Prime. It's not looking good. I don't think I want to play this. I mean, chances are already really low since I mean, not having dragon is one thing, but maybe looter shooter is like fun. No, I feel like chances are low here. I guess it looks slightly dragon. His ability is Breath Element and Summon Dragon Sanctuary. Do I have Warframe here? Yeah, I have. No recorded activity. No recorded activity is crazy. See, now explains Warframe. Warframe is generally easy, depends on the grind. I mean easy to grind. I mean I'm already I'm already grinding at Maple Story. Do not look at your hours. I will now look at your hours. Hell yeah. I'm okay. Look, out of respect, I would not say the hours. All right, because it doesn't seem like you want to get known. So I will not say the hours. All right, I respect it. It's okay. You don't need to like it. That's fair. I mean, the thing to me, it's like the game is too robotic. It's too robotic and mechanical for my taste. Yeah, I think generally I'm not a big fan of like mechanical stuffs. But then again, that's just me, right? This one is more of a personal preferences at this point, so too sci-fi. I think you can say that it's too sci-fi. Warframe is a more casual grind than anything in Maple Story. Oh, I always thought Maple Story is like a very casual grind. If you need something not mechanical, look at Needles. Is it still Warframe? Or is it like another game? Oh, it's Warframe still. Alien? I guess that looks alright. It's like an alien creature, sort of. Oh wait, that's Nidus Prime. That's this is Nidus. I'll describe Warframe as a science fantasy setting. Varuna Warframe? Oh, who this? Oh, they even have like cards like this. Actual puppy girl? Like, how is this possible? Chroma doesn't have good claw like this. Like, look at that claw, holy shit! Wolf Mummy? I think Wolf Mummy makes sense here. I mean, look at that claw! And then Dragon doesn't have claws? Garuda? I feel like Narek's shown me this before. Garuda. Oh, nice picture. Why are you golden? Why are you not golden? The early designs were generally a bit hit or miss. There are many frames. Chroma is very old frame, so he's more simple looking when complicated. Oh, when compared to the newer ones, golden official art generally means prime version. Golden often are prime versions of the frames. So this is the normal version now. Everything is too mechanically. Absolute cinema. Everyone gonna have an absolute cinema. I have absolute cinema, but I haven't colored it yet. This is from Lens. Absolute cinema. I need to color this. Do I color it in monochrome, like just black, gray? Absolute booba, wait, you're right. Absolute cinema. Spooder frame orexia. I don't know, when it comes to like these are all too mechanically thing. It's too like robots and stuff. Oh, 300 times 300. 500. Yeah, just mechanically, like robotic, right? I know this could sound very disrespectful, right? But so far, like so many frames that have been shown, I'm gonna say this, right? I know this can be disrespectful, right? But I don't see much difference other than like a very outright, like this is a spider or like a huge claw. Like I can only tell apart that, but to tell apart, let's say body armor, they look same-y. Maybe the helmet is like different, right? Maybe something like that. No, that is orexia. Wait. Yeah, Garuda. Right. They're mostly humanoid. There is also the thing with the Gemini skins for some of the frames. Gemini spoilers. Ooh. Quite big spoilers. Ah, okay. Is there no Voruna Prime? How to craft and play Voruna? Craft and play? So all of these frames are crafted? Oh, I think out of all of these, Voruna could be like really cool. Voruna cool. Garuda is alright. Nidus is fine. I guess Nidus is like alien. Oh, that's all. Oh. And yet there might not be Voruna Prime yet. Oh, okay. You make stuff in your foundry. Everything you craft is a crafting time from 12 to... Arbitrary wait time? I guess that makes sense. basically you farm blueprints and resources then build it. Oh. Some resource take only a minute or so. But if we're talking about like frames, it's 72 hours. That's like 3 days, right? The time it sounds bad, but it actually works in context in my opinion. You can just keep playing. Yeah. You have unlimited craft slots, so you can craft like everything at the same time. No building limits. Exception is the normal Equinox. Oh wait, yeah, unlimited craft slots sounds good, but I guess my Kobo brain is like when I have something, I just want it. It's also like a bad trait of mine. It's like when I farm something for that long, I think it's like the first time when I play MapleStory, and then not the first time. The first time when MapleStory has like this level 205 job change, which is like the first time, and then it's like I want to get to 5th job as fast as possible, and I got to level 200, right? It's like, oh my god, yeah, I probably have to do something before I get to 5th job, but to get to 5th job I have to wait for 3 days, and then it's like, I have to wait for 3 days. I could just get it, and then I just didn't play the game anymore after that. That was like many years ago though, right? I think I was still studying in KL, which is like 7 years at least. So yeah, I mean, I just have bad patience, I guess. My patience, brother. Well, still, thanks for showing me all the frames. But it's kind of sad that I'm still not really like interested in playing Warframe, right? Some of the frames are cool. Verona is cool. Nidus is alright. Chroma looks kind of sad. It's a bad trait. Warframe is praised a lot for a lot of reasons, but it still isn't for everyone. That's fair. I mean, I've been. Chroma is also kind of mad these days, not gonna lie. I mean, to be fair, Chroma is like old one, very old one, right? So I guess that makes sense. I refer is that the tutorial is pretty sucks, but the community is pretty awesome. I haven't been shoved opinions about how great Warframe is. So there are people telling me that Warframe is awesome, but they're not like you need to play Warframe. Why are you not playing Warframe, you stupid? I haven't met that, so yeah, I think that's respectable, honestly. Any tutorial quest which I need to play to see how useful it is now? Warframe is TF2 for robot furries? Or Team Fortress 2? Never played Team Fortress 2. Community tutorials are probably better. Community tutorials? What? No, I'm telling you. Kavat? AKF Kitty? I had quite a few people who played it with me, but they ended up dropping it. I remember playing it for like a few minutes. Like very, very long ago. I was in mid-school even, I think. The Warframe community is super supportive. That is such a blessing, honestly. That's really nice. Fuck yeah. Kitty? You can play as Kavat? That's a nice kitty. People on YouTube make game tutorials like how to play, know the controls type stuff. Their companion, oh, probably the only community I would rate above Warframe is Deep Rock. Huh? Wait, you're saying the community in Deep Rock Galactic is more supportive than Warframe? I think I beg to differ, actually. Oh no. So did I just got the minorities then? Because I got shit on entirely when I was streaming the game. I was being shouted at. I was being like backseated like crazy when I was playing Deep Rock Galactic on stream. And then it was the first time me playing Scout. And then I don't know how to play Scout, and it's like I'm being shouted at by everyone in the chat. It's like, why are you not using the grappling hook to run away? And why are you using your gun properly or something like that? And because of that, I dropped DRG completely. It was like 3 days I was playing Deep Rock Galactic, and it's like, I guess it's only on stream. Like there were too many elitists on my stream. That kills the game for me. Like I only play engineer and I only play driller, and then that time is like my first time trying out Scout. It's like, ooh, a lot of people play Scout, I kind of want to try it, right? And then it's like I tried Scout and I know I keep dying, and I complain about it too, right? It's like, oh no, I keep dying. They could word it better, right? They don't need to just like keep shouting at me. It's like, yeah, I feel so stressed out. In direct, only the Digger and the Weapon Expert are meant to do constant combat. The Scout is meant to keep moving and keep lifestyle, if I remember correctly. I mean, I've seen, I play with a lot of people. Any role can just dish out huge damage. Yeah, exactly. All classes are combat and also can support. So it's like, that time when I was streaming Deep Rock Galactic, I was having a absolute horrendous time. And like it's not even just one day, right? Because the Scout happens on the 3rd day. The first 2 days. The first day of me playing engineer and driller, there were a lot of backseating going on, right? But then generally I just kind of try to brush it away. It's like, oh yeah, okay. And then sometimes I'll be like, please don't backseat too much, I'm just trying to learn the game. But I'm trying to learn the game on my own. Like backseating is fine, but don't like constantly tell me what to do, right? And then they were mad already. It's like, what? Like, what do you mean don't backseat? You keep dying. Like, why are you doing? It's like, okay, yeah, sure. Right? And then the 3rd day of me playing, like, first time playing Scout is like the... That one is the ender for me. Like, I couldn't play the game anymore. They will do combat, but you also have to keep visibility out for the group since others don't do so much vision tech. Yeah, like every role is important, yeah. Very unusual experience with DRG. Stream watching community is different from actual participating community. Maybe. I mean, at this point, I don't really care since that situation really killed it for me. So I already like. I mean, last play Deep Rock Galactic was how long ago? Let's say like I'm a snowflake or something. Yeah, right, but. It's just kind of how I feel, and yeah. Last play June 26, 2024. I think this is the time where I last streamed the game, and it's like, yeah, maybe try off stream, maybe, but I just want to play solo at this point. Like because I already feel so bad about the game that. I wouldn't want to burden people with my terrible skills playing the game. Like, it would make me feel genuinely like guilty. So maybe? I don't know. It's just like bad. Most of the companies like teaching new players. Also, in the online watching community, sometimes it's harsh. It happens, yeah. And when it happens, I would just stop playing the game. Easy, right? I learned so much from people in game. That's pretty nice, yeah. Then good for you, right? Have good experiences is always nice. Maybe 2 friends when I played. Yeah, it's like when the watching community is harsh, when I was playing the game, like, then I'll just don't play the game easy. I'll just play the games that I enjoy playing. I'll just play the game that I enjoy. Right? If I play the game and then all I get is just like a bunch of incoherent shouting and backseating, then I'll just don't play it easy. I'll just play other games that I really enjoy. Right? Like I remember banning a bunch of people there as well, and I was like, ugh. I don't like how long it takes to get basic gear. Sounds like really bad experience, legit. Yeah, I mean, it is. It honestly is. I couldn't deny it. Social anxiety kills the joy of games, especially when you had an experience like that. Like being shouted at for 3 days straight doesn't help the fact doesn't help me enjoy the game, and it doesn't help me build my confidence in trying to learn the game anymore. So yeah. Necessary evils happen sometimes. Not wanting backstabbing is respectable, honestly. Like, I always say this. I always remind people. Sometimes when they backseat, right? They like when people watch me struggle and then they backseat a little bit. That's okay. I'll just tell them, hey, it's okay. You know, let me struggle a little bit. I will appreciate not being backseated when I'm trying to enjoy a game or like trying to like figure out the game. And then if they listen, then nice. Then if they hate me after me saying that, then sure, go ahead. But if they continue doing that, then that's a bad hammer then. Right? I also only play Warframe only solo with friends because I've seen some stuff. I find people overpraise the game a little too much, to be completely honest. Maybe. I never played Warframe, so I couldn't say much about that. Well, maybe I could give Deep Rock Galactic a try again, since, I mean, Deep Rock Galactic I could play with a bunch of frames. Warframe with randoms can be a blessing or a curse. I think change Warframe to any game possible. With randoms, it's a blessing or a curse. You never know. I almost always remember to try to ask before I share some tip or something. So yeah, and that's really nice of you. Right, and I appreciate that a lot. I don't think any community is going to be perfect, but I will put Warframe up pretty high. I'm playing Dota, but I currently have bad internet. Oh no. More often than not, randoms are randoms. Dota fun? If you find a game fun, by all means, hell yeah, play the game. Right? Like, honestly, we play games to have fun. We don't play a game to stress ourselves. Right? Like, maybe I give it enough breaks and for Deep Rock Galactic, maybe I can get back to the game again. Who knows, right? Who knows? Dota is the only game where you can outskill people and field it. Yeah, when I was playing Heroes of Newburgh with my friends, with my mid-school friends, and I was like, yeah, they're too good, I just don't want to play anymore. Like, whenever I go, they just seem to know where I am constantly. Because they put wards and I don't know how to put wards, and I don't know the general like what to do. Like, I know early game I go to a lane and then one tower breaks, what do I do next, you know? And then my brain starts to be like, okay, what do? I don't know what I'm doing. And then essentially it's just me running around constantly and not doing anything and not even trying to leveling. To the point where everyone suddenly just out levels me even though I was winning a lane, and then it's just a lot of like situations that makes me not enjoy the game anymore. So everyone's too good. The nice part about Warframe is that most game modes you can ignore randoms if they're not carrying you. Oh. Eventually in Warframe you will reach a point where you are so powerful you don't need any allies. They just stand around watching you one-shot everything anyway. Oh. It can be that strong. Actually gives you 1-2, one of my best recent purchases for Crab Champions game-wise. Oh. Crab Champions? I haven't played the game in so long. Crab Champions last played 2023. Oh my god, wait, they are still getting updates? Holy shit. They are still updating the game like crazy. Maybe I should give this game a try someday. Like, it might not look it, but you're a decent amount better. You can dance around people. Yeah. It's time for me to say bye bye for now. Have a good rest of the night, evening. Thank you, Chip. Good luck with whatever you're gonna do. Thanks for hanging around as well, Chip. They're still updating it? Crazy. Did you see 8th Monster update? Nope. What happened? Let me check. Regular update December 11th. Oh. Second quality of life update and a couple surprises. Combat inspect feature, redistribute equipment. Is there equipment? New playable monster, Ravager. Ooh. Festive Pilgrim's Rest. Okay. Clearer combat UI. Icon in combat for every monster that can be captured. Oh, okay, that's pretty nice. Oh, new Ravager. Ooh, Skull Creature. I played Warframe for 4,500 hours. When playing with my buddy, sometimes we went like, gotta go AFK for a minute break, the others okay. Played too much though, I got sick of it. That's fair. I had to slow down my enjoyment of Crab Champs to make sure my left pinky finger stopped hurting by going to put way too many hours into that game. I can see why. I can definitely see why. Game has that satisfying movement text a little bit, and then you can also break the game easily on like endless game mode. Like I remember there was a time where I just keep upgrading my attack speed to a point where I like just tap my mouse button and then it just like fires like 10 shots or something. It's very nice, I like it. New player class, more monster. Oh, cute. Oh! Oh, there's so much balancing change as well. Naga got buffed? I always feel that Naga was a little bit on the weaker side. Is it time to look for newer Warframe players if they need one help? That's nice. Jetted Force, Precision Meteor? Oh, types, oh okay. Put melee button to middle mouse click and I believe the C key, and I found I've implemented them into my strats more. I wonder if they... Wait, what? Rhythm Doctor 1.0 is out now? When? No one told me. This game is out entirely now. Main game changes at Act 6. Ooh, and the finale? New level? 5-3 night physiotherapy, okay. New content in the basement, sleep pain removed to the basement. Oh, move to the basement. Whoa. Whoa. This game is out. It's not in early access anymore. Whoa. I don't know, I might just play this off stream and just enjoy it. Maybe, I don't know. Didn't I say I was hungry? What time is now? What the fuck? It's 7:30 PM? Oh my god, wow. I mean, I already pasted my raid message. Let's try Jester. I'm also getting hungry. Yeah, I'm very hungry. I need food. Oh wait, I saw Vodis Agu. Wait, that's a kobold. It's a kobold. That's a Southeast Asian kobold. Yeah, Filipino. Ooh. Oh, he's doing art? Wow. That's a nice art. I guess we're reading to a kobold. We're reading to a fellow Southeast Asian kobold here. I mean, I'm also Southeast Asian kobold, so it's nice. You need to give this kobold some living hammer bongs. Why? Why am I getting hammer bongs? Well, this is a great message, but of course you guys can use reachable emote against one. Or you can use the bongs, I don't know. Let me type in the right. You were doing a hammer game? Oh, and then I was getting bonged. You're right. Okay, I typed in the rate. I'm gonna raid out and get some food. I'm very hungry. And then tomorrow let's play more Valheim. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show y'all the mod that I got it to work now. So. Okay, I typed in the rate. I'm ready to get food now. So yeah, before the raid, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all, alright? And here comes the raid to Wodi's Aku. Hiya. I'm gonna raid to another kobold. Oh my god. Kobold nice. Kobold very nice. We love kobold. There was something I want to share but I forgot. Oh no. Oh, it happened again. My brain. Oh, my brain it reset itself again. Oh, I forgot what I wanted to share. Maybe Hammer Bonk will help remember. Wait, no. No, don't bonk the kobold. No, bad. I don't want to get bonked. I'm already so hungry. No bully the bowl. I'll cry. I'll cry. I will cry. Well, anyway, I already forgot, so it's okay. Oh, hope y'all take care of yourselves. Kobold loves y'all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye. Bye bye.